Professor Ahmed Jinabo, Director General GTEC, and representative of Google Ura. Imo Roman, Blessing.
You press record.
NBC.
It's working. There's rubber covering it. You stopped it.
Farouk,
There's rubber.
Stop it.
I started it. You have paused it now.
I didn't mention here.
It's on.
National Communication Officer.
Abba is recording.
Duncan Amon, Quebec. Brian Mohammed Amin. Monkey, Queen Mother, Buffet, Traditional Area. Lawyer Nasir, Chairman, Bonja Land Youth Association. You are most welcome to Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Appointment Committee. Honorable members, based on the same nomination imperatives and letter from the security services, we may now proceed to swear the nominee.
Because we have a letter from the security. It will be very important to understand and appreciate what they said about the nominee, whether it's been clear or not. Somebody will report that, yeah, it's very important.
I thought copies of this letter have been given. The same letter that has the name of Honorable Dr. Israel Atuba has the name of Honorable John Abdullah Dinamo and Honorable Dominica Odinga.
Those copies. But we don't have
Committee. We distributed this week. Very well, very well.
Chairman, okay. Once you're okay with it, it's fine.
Very well. Proceed with the swearing. Thank you very much.
Audio.
Honorable John Abdullah Dinamo, you are most welcome. We shall proceed with the vetting, taking questions. The subject matter committee members from the minority side. So if I have Honorable John Dako, you may have your pen. The floor is yours.
were part that was leaving office. And do you know what the debt level is as of today?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when we were leaving office, the debt stock consolidated was close to 2 billion. Fortunately, I have a document, summary of energy sector debts and lenders. In August 31st, 2017, the ESLA PLC got a full audit of the entire energy sector debt. And Mr. Chairman, I refer to page 17 of the document. The total energy sector liability at the time was 9.4 billion cedis. They themselves used an exchange rate of 4.4. If you use this exchange rate of 4.4, the debt had then moved from about 2 billion to 2.1 billion. So let me put on record that as at this time when the debt was validated, the debt was 2.1 billion. Mr. Chairman, with the greatest of respect, I'm happy this question has come up because I've heard some people bundling figures of $5 billion. That is inaccurate. This public record is before Parliament and can be verified. Currently, I had the opportunity to chair the Energy Subcommittee of the transition team. At the last meeting, it came to light that the debt had ballooned to 2.5 billion as of 30th September 2024. Yesterday, we had a final meeting, and the reconciled figures, as I had it, was $3 billion. And so, as we speak today, the official figure I got from the Ministry of Energy, the Energy Commission, and ECG indicates that the debt has ballooned to 3 billion. But let me quickly add that the Energy Sector Levies Act raked in about 45 billion cedis. And so that paid part of the interest on the principal of 9.4 billion. But then it comes to that.
Mr. Chairman, sometimes he uses dollars and cedis. Can you be very consistent so that when you say 9, we know you are talking about either $9 billion or dollars or cedis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, when we're leaving office, as at 31st August 2017, the debt in dollars was 2.1 billion.
Okay.
As at yesterday, the outstanding debt is a little over $3 billion. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would like to know from the Honorable Nominee what he considers to be the implications for signing PPAs, and whether at the time he was at the Ministry of Energy, they signed PPAs, which happens to be a take or pay, and whether the Honorable Nominee is aware that these agreements, which were signed under his regime, is the reason why the debt for the energy sector has ballooned to this level.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is true that some PPAs were signed during our time. It has some take-or-pay clauses. Even under the NPP, they've signed about 6 PPAs. All of them with take-or-pay clauses. AXA 370, AXA 370, AXA 900, Senate 110, Tema LNG, which is the most expensive LNG, all of them under the NPP regime, just like the NDC regime has take or pay. And take or pay in the energy language is what we call capital recovery. The developer would have borrowed money to set up the plant. And so every financial institution would require some element of guarantee. And so that is a fact, it's not an opinion. 2, as to whether these take or pays contributed to these debts, I've done a careful analysis of the debt. If you take the gas debt, for instance, our contractual volume with ENI is 270 MMscf. For 4 years now, they've been supplying 340 MMscf. So we are consuming way and above our contractual volumes. So take or pay couldn't have been an issue. If you take most of the debts, a chunk of them are power delivered, sold, but revenues not collected. When we're leaving office, what you call the ATC&C, that's the Aggregate Technical Collection and Commercial Loss, was 22%. At the transition committee, it came to light that it's ballooned to 40%. And so out of every 100 CD you sell, 40 CD is unaccounted for. And that is largely due, or that's what largely accounts for this huge debt. In fact, I'm leaving Accra today as part of the technical team to meet Letasco. Letasco supplied heavy fuel oil between 2017 to 2021. All that money has not been paid. And so there's a debt of 270 million on account of some of these fuels and guarantees. If you consume fuel, it means that it's not take or pay. It means the plant is running. So yes, some element of capacity charge will contribute to your debt, but the chunk and the bulk of the debt is on account of power produced and consumed, but not paid for. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you spoke about ENI. Would you say that the negotiated price at the time of negotiation...
Is that your last question?
Last but one, Mr.
No,
Chairman.
you are entitled to only 3 questions. You've asked 2 so far, so that is the last question. Please.
But you will allow me to bring some small one after this one.
You are entitled to 3 questions. Please go ahead and ask your last question.
Okay. So my question was whether you believe that the negotiated price at the time was good for the country. And before you answer that, I would also want you to have a look at your CV. On your CV, you say that you were the general manager of a company. Well, it's all over the place. I mean, it's not numbered. What I have is not numbered, but it's on his professional resume, non-political experience. The general manager of Sophie Fisheries Limited. And I don't know whether it's a mistake, because you say that you were from 2005 to 2000. And so if you can have a look at that and see if you intended to actually tell us that was a typo. And then the same on the CV, when you look at the leadership position held and membership of professional bodies, you say you were chairman, Nuclear Energy Program, implementing organizations at the Ministry of Energy until 2017. So I want to know whether you want to confirm to the committee that at 2017, when Anadu was the president, you were the chairman of this committee. So those are the...
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I left office on the 6th of January 2017.
Okay.
So 2017, I would have been in office, except that I left on the 6th of January 2017. The other one is 2008. So I guess when they were typing the 8, they made that 0. So thank you very much for that observation. I'm grateful. I guess your question is on whether the ENI price is not too expensive.
Yes, in your view.
Okay, I have in my hand what you call the weighted average cost of gas, which we in the industry call WACOG. And I have the latest of them. If you take the price, which is the cost, so you have what you call the commodity cost, the transportation, and everything, which then becomes commingled gas and is piped. But then you can get the individual prices. So if you take ENI, which is Sankofa, you have the cost to be 6, 10 to be 5, and gas is 7.2. And gas is 7.2. Tema LNG, which was signed by the MPP, is 8.3. So I am of the view Ghana Gas is 0 because Jubilee was 0 rated for a period of time. So I am of the view that the Sankofa price of 6 is not the most expensive. That is 1. 2 is that you just don't look at the price of a field. Is it associated gas? Is it mainly crude oil production or mainly gas? If it's mainly gas, then the gas has to compensate for the cost of the development. And if you read the 2022-2023 reports by the upstream players, they confirm that in 2022 alone, we consumed 107 BCF of gas from our fields. If you did not consume that gas, you'd have consumed 20 million barrels of light crude oil. If you do what you call import substitution or parity, this country saved $1.2 billion from consuming that gas. So I hold the view that you might have an opinion that the gas is expensive, another one might have an opinion that it's not expensive. But if you are saving 1.2 billion from import substitution from light crude when using gas, I hold the view that that gas is competitive. It came before this House. This House debated it and approved it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Dr. Kabiru Wale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I would just, before I start, congratulate my senior brother and alumni of University for Development Studies for such an achievement. That said, I would also want to seek the guidance of, you stated that the decision to have a private sector participation wasn't what was good for ECG. However, you are of the candid and considered opinion that the interference by politicians and the fact that we need to weed off political interference was the way to go. Fast forward on the 17th, on or around the 17th of the 7th of January, you were heard again on radio stating that you think that the only way forward was to have private sector participation, especially in the metering and collection sector of Ghana Electricity Company. Now, my question to you is, and you back this particular position with the fact that ATC and C, which you just alluded for, and for the benefit of Hansard, we are talking of aggregate technical, commercial, and collection losses, was 40%. Could you please give this committee the breakdown of these 40% losses in terms of A, T, C, and C in the various sectors of that particular aggregate figure?
I'll do that. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I'm surprised that this allegation has been leveled against me, because I've remained consistent that there should be a private sector participant in the distribution, especially, like you said, billing and collection. When I was deputy minister, I led the process. When Honorable Setekwe became my supervising minister, he made me lead the process of privatization. I led the team to India, I led the team to Uganda, I led the team to Kenya to learn from best practices. And so I'm surprised. And let me put on record that I've been very consistent that we need private sector participation at the distribution level, except that I disagreed with the format of the PDS, and I maintain that we can do it better. The ATC and C, I think it's about 23% for the technical, and the remaining is the commercial, which sums it up to the 40%. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
Mr.
you said
Speaker.
you have a follow-up.
Yes, a
question.
follow-up.
Okay, go ahead.
During transition, you were handed over with a KPMG report of the audit of the operations of ECG. And that report puts the figure at 37.7%. And if the committee will be guided, it is the product of the billing efficiency and the collection efficiency. Can you confirm that to the committee?
I was not handed over a KPMG report, but 37 and 40, the difference is not that much. But I wasn't handed over a KPMG report. I asked a direct question as co-chair to ECG, and they told me that the losses was around 40%. But if you have a KPMG report, I would like to read it to enrich my knowledge. Thank you.
Honorable Minority Leader has a follow-up question on that.
Honorable nominee, listening to your answer to Dr. Kabiru's question, the impression you create on our minds is that you are not against the privatization of ECG. From what you said, you are against the PDS in terms of the approach. So can you tell us then whether your government is for the privatization, the full privatization of ECG?
We believe that they should
Honorable
be.
nominee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. We believe there should be private sector participation. What we intend to do is to form a 7-member committee chaired by technical aspects, legal aspects, financial aspects, and some industry players, and even somebody from the consumer side. What we want them to do is to get us a framework, looking at best practices. Would the concession approach work or a full privatization work? We will stay off as politicians, let them get the framework in a more transparent, open, frank manner. Then when we get the buy-in of Ghanaians, then we can set the standards using an RFQ or an RFP, and then a competitive tender process. Let me make this clear. When it comes to the ECG private sector participation, competitive tender process with some element of private sector participation using local content, and then we set the KPIs so we make progress. And so we are clear in our minds what we intend to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you too. He has a further follow-up question.
Honorable nominee, so can you let us know the time frame for this engagement? Because Ghanaians will be anxious to know. What's the time frame you are looking at?
The preliminary work we have done is that my target is to push for 6 months, but I do not want to stampede the committee if I'm fortunate to get your approval. But give and take within, we should be able to do that because there are lessons that we've learned from the previous concession. And so that will be the building block. But like I said, we want to do that in a very transparent, open manner and get the best for this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now take a question from Honorable Asika Dongo.
Mr. Speaker, I've not. Okay.
Any questions? It's now the turn of Honorable Asika Dongo.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First, I want to congratulate my younger brother and to commend him for the speed with which he supported the president to resolve this issue. I've heard you mention some numbers. You said the bill we left was about $2.1 billion, and you translated that to about 9 billion Ghana cedis. But you said today it's about 3 billion. Can you situate that in our reporting currency? What does that mean? $3 billion means what in cedis?
Mr. Chairman, when you use an exchange rate of, say, 15, that's 45 billion. So in Ghana cedi, we've moved from about 9 billion to 45 billion. It would have been worse. What is even kept it at the 45 billion is that another 45 billion has been collected on account of the Energy Sector Levies Act. So, but for the 45 billion that has accrued to the President Akufo-Addo government, the debt would have compounded and that would have been much, much higher. But despite that, the debt today is about 45 billion Ghana cedi.
So in addition to the 45 billion cedis,
you are entitled to a question. I'm sorry. Okay. May I give the floor to Roxanne Nelson Dapamapo?
Chairman, thank you very much. Let me use the opportunity to congratulate my brother. We entered Parliament together. We worked together. And we constituted the famous 7. And I know that he will deliver. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Give the floor to Ajin Sam. One question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, JJ. I come from a rural area. Till date, there are communities that do not have meters. And therefore, I want to find out from you, what will you do to improve ECG revenue collection? And will you support a proposal to phase out all postpaid meters to prepaid ones?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the ideal way, like you said, is to get prepayment meters, especially smart meters that can mimic all the requirements that you need. My meeting with ECG indicates that they have about 5.2 million meters. 4.8 are active. About 3 million of them are not working properly. So of the 4.8, 3 million meters are not working properly. So they will need to change a minimum of 2.9 million meters in order to satisfy the market. Two, like you said, people want meters. They are unable to get the meters. Technology is advancing. So we are exploring the possibility of selling the meters. Let people buy the meters, but through smart technology, we will license some people to install the meters, but you will need to send a code. Once you send a code in with mobile money, it's activated, and automatically you are registered onto the system. Because sometimes it costs people more than 4 or 5 times to spend money to get a meter. So if we make it readily available and use economies of scale, I'm sure the price will come down. So it's something we are working on, and we intend to roll that out as soon as we get your nod. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Agnes Namumulate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me take the opportunity to also congratulate the Honorable Member on his nomination. There's something that is on the hearts and minds of most Ghanaians. And if we all have a way, we'll contribute to ensuring that it doesn't become a headache again. The issue of the inconsistency in the power supply, given the nod, what are you going to do? I have seen you do take some pragmatic steps to aid the president. In the long term, what will you do to ensure that our power and our electricity supply stays on? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Nominee, what will you do to ensure our power stays on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, we have a current installed capacity of about 5,260 megawatts, a dependable capacity of about 4,800 megawatts. We've just hit a new peak demand of 4,100 megawatts. Our grid system is very, very resilient. We've upgraded a lot of our lines from 161 to 330 and 331 kVA lines. So they are quite robust with a lot of injection of primary substations. The first problem we need to address is the issue of fuel. Fuel supply is a major, major problem confronting the sector. Currently, we have a deficit of about 40 to 60 MMscf of gas. If you take the gas from ENI, gas from Jubilee 10, and then gas from NGAS, and you put all together, you still have a deficit. And so you've had to be depending on some level of light crude oil, some level of heavy fuel oil, and some level of distillate fuel oil. Our immediate objective will be to bridge that gap. We've met Jubilee partners, we've spoken to the partners and the operators, Talo. We've also spoken to Ghana Gas. They are currently doing 100 MMscf. We are confident that if they do some reconditioning, they can increase it to about 35 more. And that will give us a lot of buffer. So once we solve the fuel situation, and we have some liquid fuel reserves as a backup, we should be okay. The next one will be to deal with the financial challenges. I've gotten a letter from Car Power. We owe them $377 million. They are threatening to shut down. Talo over 100 million. You are threatening to cut back. ENI is threatening. So we need to deal with the financial challenge. So these two, if we can get them right, we should be home and dry. Last year alone, Ministry of Finance spent about 28 billion on energy sector related payments. That's more than your capital expenditure, including even your goods and services. So we have to look at how to drill down and bring about efficiency and be able to pay for what we consume. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader, have a follow-up question.
Chairman, thank you so much. Honorable nominee, though on the letter was Minister of Energy, but if you look at the executive instrument, it's adding something to your portfolio. You are aware of that?
Leader, with the greatest respect, I've seen it, but I'm only a nominee.
No, I'm saying whether you are aware.
I'm aware.
We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it later. Let me go ahead with my follow-up question. So, on the 7th of January, 2025, I am reliably informed that on the said date, the light crude oil Ascent Power was for a period of 23 days. Do you agree to that?
Yes, Leader.
Very well. If it was for 23 days, as you agree, then are you equally aware that GMPC, which has a contract with Stratcon for the supply of 12 million liters of HFO, is still supplying this to AXA? You are aware?
I've checked on that, and GMPC has indicated that they don't have a contract with Stratcon to supply those letters. Thank you.
But do they take such supplies if they don't have such contract? Is there an arrangement where these supplies are delivered to them?
I've done my checks, and I can tell you that based on my check, there's no such arrangement.
Now, would you be surprised to hear that on the 6th of January, it's a follow-up on the 6th of January, they supplied 19,561 tons?
I will not be surprised, and that's one of the issues I intend to investigate when you approve me.
Okay.
It's a subject matter for investigation.
All right.
Thank you.
So have you become aware?
No, Leader, you know the rules. A follow-up question must not exceed a certain limit.
Yeah,
so I think if you wouldn't mind, I can give you the floor now to ask your questions.
Chairman, you see, the nominee, in response to Honorable Momo Latte's question, had made certain pronouncements. I only was breaking it down because I didn't want to put all together. I know I have to act within the rules. So please indulge me, most respectfully, sir. Indulge me. I only wanted to break it down, else I could have put all together as a composite question. I didn't want to do that because there are specific deliveries on certain dates. So please, bear with me. Since you are aware that on the 6th of January, 19,561 tons worth of HFO was supplied. But your issue is that there was no contract, so it will be investigated. But that was supplied.
No, I didn't say that, Mr. Chairman. I didn't say that.
Okay, no problem. Now, on the 8th, would you be surprised to hear that on the 8th January, to 44,124 was also supplied?
Mr. Chairman, with the greatest of respect, I need your guidance. Leader, I respect you. The leader is asking me whether I will be surprised to hear that fuel has been delivered. I thought he would have asked
okay,
me a
no
question.
problem. Let me put it differently. Have you become aware that on the 8th of January, 44,124 tons was supplied.
Mr. Chairman, to answer this, on the 8th of January, this is official record, and I would respectfully make a copy available to the committee. And so the HFO issue you are talking of, on the 8th of January, Sen Power, light crude oil, 260,000, enough to cater for 23 days. Sinon Asogli, DFO, which is distillate fuel oil, 0. KTPP, distillate fuel oil, enough to cater for 1.5 days. Now the HFO. On the 8th of January, AXA, 440 meter cube, enough to cover for only 6 hours. So officially, I wasn't aware that some so-called 40,000 has been deposited. But let me be quick to say that the next day, I got to know that...
I don't want to take back. Please, can you avoid the use of the word so-called? I mean, just not to
I'm sorry,
cause
Leader,
controversy.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the guidance.
You know, you've done well so far.
Leader, thank you. So on the 9th of January, I got information that some people were discharging some heavy fuel oil into the tanks at AXA. And already the Chief of Staff had tasked me to lead a technical team to avoid this looming challenge in respect of these shortages of fuel. And like I told you, on the 8th of January, we had only 6 hours. In fact, they said that taking even the minimum requirement, it could last for only 5 hours. When I heard of it, I inquired. And then the AXA MD told me that some people had come to deliver HFO. I asked him on whose authority. Leader, with the greatest of respect, I do not want to mention people's name here, and you know why. I made it clear to them that those people were no longer in office, and they had no mandate on the 9th of January to issue orders to him to receive those fuels. I called ECG was not aware. I called VRA, they were not aware. I called the ministry, Solomon is here, they are not aware. I called GMPC, they are not aware. So I advised the Chief Director to ask for a cessation of the delivery. And we report to Chief of Staff. It's a matter of further investigation. On an assumption of office, with your kind leave, we shall investigate that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So they delivered it or they couldn't deliver at all? Are we in receipt of that at the time you became aware?
As far as I'm concerned, officially, government is not in receipt of any such delivery. They were in the process of delivery, but without any authorization to deliver, we thought that they should hold on and let's do what is right and proper. Thank you.
So the 5 hours that you put out, as compared to the 23 days that you initially... No, I won't ask.
Okay. Leader, take the floor.
So the 5 days that was originally out, you know, when the inauguration took place at the Independence Square, the media reported that you had alleged or you had said that we had only some 5 days of fuel. 5 hours, yes, 5 hours. Considering the fact that in your answer to me, you had indicated that Sen Power had fuel that could last us for 23 days. Would you want to reconcile the 5 hours and the 23 days, or would you want to shed some more light on it for clarity's sake?
Mr. Chairman, there's nothing to reconcile. I was specific. I said we have 5 hours of HFO, and it's true. We had 5 hours of HFO. I said we had 0 hours of DFO for Sinon Asogli, and it's true. I gave a breakdown, but I don't develop the headlines. I don't write the stories. The recording is there, and the truth is that we have 5 hours of HFO. And if there's any problem with gas supplies, we are going to lose as much as 370 megawatts in 5 hours' time, which will lead to load shedding. And so as far as I'm concerned, that is a fact. Thank you.
Honorable Shabu, it's now your turn. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me use the opportunity to congratulate my younger brother for this great feat, a position well deserved. Mr. Chairman, listening to the honorable nominee, the biggest challenge he's coming to face. Of course, let me put on record that the ministry you left 8 years ago, you will not meet the same thing when you get there tomorrow. You have said it. The energy sector debts alone is so enormous. Now, we've zeroed down to various. Now, in the value chain, you have a very critical player there, which is ECG, which unfortunately is the weakest link. And that's the reason why we have these challenges. To quote your own words, the power is produced and delivered. It is sold, but the revenue is not collected as efficiently as we can. Clearly, it boils down to accountability and efficiency. Now, you have also zeroed down to the fact that you are not averse to privatization. Indeed, His Excellency, when he met the World Bank a week ago, representatives, he made it clear that privatization was the way to go. Would you consider, taking into account, we have been preaching about local content, would you consider looking at institutional investors like SNET, like NAT, and the rest? Would you consider them when you want to do the...
If we could get institutions in Ghana taking up shares and getting a technical competent company, even from outside, it means that there will be a lot of value retention. The main problem with ECG is not just the collection, but even how they spend or administer what they collect. They collect on average about 1.3 billion cedis every month. Only 850 million or 900 million goes into the cash waterfall mechanism. So what it means is that almost 400 million does not find its way into the cash waterfall mechanism because they've signed all kinds of contracts. Yesterday at the meeting, it came to light that they have 2,500 containers sitting at the ports. Contracts worth 9 billion has been signed. And because the containers are sitting at the port, demurrage alone is 1.2 billion. So beyond the collection, we also have to drill down on efficiency and ensure that they stick to the cash waterfall mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I give the floor to Honorable Umar?
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate you, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the turn of Michael Edu. Edu. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Edu and Edu.
Mr. Chairman, the name is Edu. Thank you very much. A-I-D-O-O.
What's the spelling of Edu?
A-D-U. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Honorable nominee, congratulations. Looking at your CV with your experience and vast background in the energy sector, I believe you'll be conversant with the questions I'm going to ask. One of the major challenges...
Are you saying questions?
Yes.
Please, we are entitled to a question.
Okay. One of the major challenges in the downstream petroleum sector is the issue of forex. And on the 11th of January 2023, you published a post on Facebook, which you said that the G4O, that's the Good for Oil policy, was opaque, clandestine, and a charade. And then you also said that it's going to promote smuggling of gold across Ghana's borders. And then in the same post, you said from our analysis, it is obvious this policy is not well thought through. Now, Mr. Nominee, I believe after your nomination, you've had cause to meet the management from BOST and MP and other stakeholders in the industry. Upon hindsight, do you still hold the same opinion? And then if you are given the nod to lead the ministry, what will be your position on the Good for Oil? Taking into consideration that most of the importers who are bringing fuel to Ghana, one of the issues they look at is the issue
Honorable
of
member, his position on gold for oil. Is that not the question?
I'm not done, Chairman. I'm not done. Chairman, I'm rounding up. Chairman, respectfully, I'm rounding up.
Is that the question I'm asking?
No,
is
I'm
that
not
the
done.
question?
The question is coming.
So, what do you mean by what is your position on gold for oil?
It's the same question. So let me round up. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, I will forgive you because you are a first timer.
Importers consider the issue of forex as an issue when dealing with bust. And the Good for Oil came to mitigate that issue. And there is scarcity of forex. And in a month, we need about 400 million USD to import petroleum products. So what would be your...
Natural Resources Subcommittee. And during that process, I became unsatisfied issue relating to the energy sector.
I've observed that there are
soldiers, but they are here to support and give moral soldiers, but they are here to support and give moral support.
Then they shouldn't be clapping.
So it's
Chairman, they shouldn't be doing that.
So all you need to do is to inform them that here we don't clap, but
okay,
we say
here we don't clap.
Here.
No, they can't even say here because they are not part. They are not part of us. They are not. They cannot even say here.
Honourable members, the word foot soldier should be expunged from the record. Can we make progress, honourable members? It's expunged from the record with the apology from the chair. Thank you very much. Can we have some order? Order. Let's have order. It's now the turn of Honorable Charles Forson. Charles Forson, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair.
What? You finish. I thought you finished. Well, may you continue. Please conclude.
So, on the basis of my observations, I have no questions for you because I know you will answer all the questions satisfactorily. I can only wish you well and assure you of the support of this House. And I believe that you definitely will make a mark in the energy sector of Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Charles Forson. One question, please.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Nominee, my good friend. This is from the good people of Tamacentra and the management and staff of TOR. A direct question. What is there for TOR? And also, we do extract crude. But yet, we have refining corporations here, and they are begging for certain parcels to be given to them, whilst they go out to struggle for $1. What is the way forward? Thank you.
Well, honorable member, is your question saying what is there for TOR or what he intends to do for TOR?
The plan. He understands it.
Honorable nominee, you may answer the question the way you understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable member, as you may be aware, there's a Petroleum Revenue Management Act. And when you take crude within a stipulated period of time, you have to pay the money into the Petroleum Holding Fund. So for a refinery to take that refinery must satisfy that condition. TOR is a hydra-headed problem. It's a 45,000 barrel capacity refinery The norm is that these days people are moving to huge refineries. If you take Gamnaja, it's I think 1.2 million. Dangote is 650,000, and it's even number 7. So 45 is quite small, but our objective is to seek a strategic partner, ring fence the liabilities, and then use the assets as our capital injection and look for a strategic partner who is prepared to also inject some money. Normally, you need a staff of about 250 for such a refinery. Currently, the staff are over 700. So these are issues that we'll have to sit and see how we can deal with them so that we'll bring the refinery back. Because since 2021, 4 years now, the refinery has not been working, and something must be done about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Honorable Yao Patrick Boama.
Thank you very much. Let me congratulate my very, very, very good brother, JJ. Congratulations. JJ, a lot of questions have been asked of you on the downstream. Let me take you to the upstream sector. And I'm sure as a man who grew up in Mampong, you know about the Voltairean Basin program. I know you've been briefed by the ministry and officials from GMPC about the program around Mampong, Agogo area. What do you know of the Voltairean Basin program, and how do you intend to add value to what your predecessors did, and how you intend to ensure that it comes on full stream to add to the revenue base of the country in the energy sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are right, because in the upstream sector, crude oil volumes are declining rapidly. From a peak of 71 million barrels in 2019, 2023, we did only 48 million. So there's a sharp decline of 32%. And if nothing is done, the upstream sector will collapse. In the Voltairean Basin, I'm told they've shot or shoot some 2D seismic data. I'm also told that they've done some parcels of allocation, which ought to come to Parliament. I intend that we'll review that immediately, within days or weeks. If I get your nod and I'm sworn in. If we review them and we find those agreements satisfactory, we'll immediately come to Parliament. We should relook at 919. All our neighbors, their current and participating interest is 10%. And as we move through the energy transition, you must quickly tap your stranded assets. So we will do a stakeholder engagement and get a buy-in of Ghanaians and incentivize the upstream players to invest, because it's very expensive. And that is something that we intend to pursue aggressively, even as we go through the energy transition. Thank you.
Very much. Any further question?
Yes, Minister, this is also on the upstream sector, which has seen some little or no investment in the sector. And I want you to tell Ghanaians some of the strategies you want to put in place to attract some of the big players in the upstream sector, like ExxonMobil. They came in and left to Guyana. We all know the issues around it. So what are some of the steps that your good self will be putting in place? You just mentioned that you are going to Dubai to meet with Letasco. And we want to find out what strategies you are going to put in place to attract some of the big players, since investment in that sector has gone down a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. So first is the incentives. We have a standard incentives for all the fields. That cannot work, because you have deep water, you have ultra deep, and you have shallow water. It's more expensive and technologically demanding to do deep water. So the incentives for deep water should be different from that for shallow water. Then the acreage, the size. Our information is that it's too small, so we need to increase it. And some other incentives, but more importantly, is the posturing of government. These legal cases that we are losing in court, it hurts us a lot. The first option should be to negotiate. ENI went to court, we lost. Talo went to court, we lost. GPGC went to court, we lost. Sahara went to court, we lost. It's just one too many. So we intend to sit around the table and dialogue. The trip we're meeting Luke Oil to work on the Peckham field with AFC. and the others. So the first option, and try to resolve them. I'm sure some of these basic interventions, if we can put them right, we can turn the clock around and attract the oil majors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Yes, fine.
But before then, little or no investment on part of government of the Republic of Ghana. Is that the understanding?
No. Chairman.
Not necessarily,
You
Chairman.
can't
That's
ask
why
my
we have
question for me.
S-Loco. And S-Loco is the commercial wing of GMPC.
Very well.
Which must take a stake
Very
in some
well.
of these fields.
Just for you to clarify the point. Thank you very much.
Chairman, you are being...
Last question.
You are playing the liberal role very well. You are now the Michaelasian of the caucus or committee.
So I'm no longer a striker. I'm now playing a libero.
JJ, I'm used to JJ, sorry. Honourable Minister, designate. My last question. What are your primary objectives, or what do you want the country to remember you for? Within the next 4 years, I pray to God you are not reshuffled in the energy sector, that during John Jinapor's era, issues of power theft, issues of transmission losses, no meter, arbitration issues in the power sector. What do you want Ghanaians to remember you for within the next 4 years as one of the youngest ministers of energy in the Republic of Ghana? I wish you the very best, my good friend. Thank you.
Thank you for the convoluted question.
Mr. Chairman, I must admit that it's a very difficult job. And as I get a briefing every day, I'm reminded that I'm stepping into a very, very difficult job. I want to remember it as a young minister who insists on discipline. And I tell you, I will insist on discipline. I know we'll step on some toes, but we'll step on those toes gently. More importantly, honesty. And then I want to approach this work with integrity, hard work, by including those of you on this table. I'll consult all of you and do.
Also congratulate my good friend, our principal voice on energy-related matters. I must say the caucus is proud of you. You have been an excellent choice for our caucus on energy, and I have no doubt the president got that right by nominating you. I don't have a question for you. All I have to say is that those of us who dwell in the villages, in the past 4 years particularly, many of us anticipated extension of electricity to cover many of our villages, to take advantage of the new ICT revolution in the world. We never got it because we don't have power. So if you were to give us laptops, those laptops in many of our communities are not used in the schools because we can't charge them. And so I also noticed that a colleague has already raised it. Many communities we all share have problems where a whole half of the town uses 1 meter, and they don't benefit from the thresholds you build to support vulnerable people because their consumptions have gone beyond what was anticipated, not because they are individually consuming more than they are consuming, but because they are clustering around 1 meter. I just want to remind you of this and say that the rural people have trust that you can make an intervention that brings electricity to their communities, and also those who have electricity or also can have the meters they deserve, so everybody can take responsibility for whatever he consumes and pay rightly for it, so we can mitigate these unreasonable distribution loss, which is piling up the debt that we all have. So I wish you very well, and I have no doubt you will excel with the support of the caucus, the parliament, and the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the compliment. It's now the turn of Honorable Deputy Leader.
very much, Honorable Jinapo, and I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate you for your nomination as the Minister Designate for Energy. I'd like to commence this interrogation by going through your CV on item number 6, V, item number 6V. I noticed that you've been the chairman for Nuclear Energy Program Implementing Organization. As a minister designate, I know that you have been adequately informed about the progress so far made in trying to introduce the use of nuclear power in the country. If you don't mind, if you can apprise us as other people in the country are listening to you of where we are with the promotion of the use of nuclear power and what will be your commitment to ensure that the future in the next 4 years will be commencing the implementation of the nuclear power. Thank you.
It's now the turn of Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Yes, to answer the question.
Please provide answer to the question.
Thank you.
Have a follow-up question. Okay.
Thank you. Deputy Leader, it's true, I chaired NEPIO. At my last briefing, they've identified 2 sites. They've also identified 2 countries, China and the USA, and they've identified 2 technologies. The bigger nuclear plant, which can give you about 1,200 to 1,400 megawatts, and the modular plants, which gives you just 100, 100, 100, 100. And so in South Africa, they use what they call pebble bed. So the option is to look at the smaller ones. They are easier to manage, they are modular, and they can deal with them. But like you said, I asked them a specific question. Can we switch power on before we leave office? And nuclear has serious milestones. And so the information I have is that the earliest we can get power from nuclear is 6 years. That is even if we tick all the boxes. We believe that we can merge Bui Power and VRA so that you have something like Ghana and bring about efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I get that understanding that currently the VRA is responsible for both the hydro and gas? Does it mean that you are leaving everything for them for both Bui and VRA and will be operating alongside if you are having just one company as an energy? Thank you.
Because there are some hydro, there are some renewable guys at Bui. There are some hydro people at VLA. They are also doing renewables. So why don't we bring all the renewable people under one umbrella so that their expertise is renewables, especially as the ministry is more on green transition. Then the hydro, bring all the hydro technicians so that procurements and all that consume more gas, reduce the losses, and increase the residual more gas, reduce the losses, and increase the resilience of the losses, and increase the resilience of the grid. When you do that, resilience of the grid, when you do that, you make a lot of savings, and as you make a lot of savings, and as you make the savings, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations in advance. Thank you.
Thank you. One question.
Honorable nominee, this is not really a question. You had made a point earlier, Ghana lost the case. I just wanted to get a clarification whether perhaps you slipped or I didn't hear you correctly. Because I know for a fact that in that international arbitration, the tribunal Ghana. So I just wanted, for the records, maybe I didn't hear you right in your earlier response.
So man, E&I went for 2 reliefs. there was an order of unitization from government. E&I went to the Court of Arbitration that government disagreed with government. So that directive, which is the substantive issue, as far as I'm concerned, E&I had its way, is the next leg, which is to say compensate me, that the Court of Arbitration thought that there was no need to compensate them. But the substantive issue of the directive, the Court of Arbitration has insisted. And because of that, Springfield has now drilled a well. And we are waiting for the results of the appraisal to determine the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are bringing out an important matter. Are you saying that in the issue 1, where the Court of Arbitration, the tribunal agreed with the issue raised by E&I, it resulted in any financial loss to the state? Or it resulted in any... No,
Honorable Minority Leader, the nominee never said that.
Wait.
He explained
Chairman, let me put...
the two legs of
Chairman,
the decision.
Chairman, wait. The public is listening and watching. So I just want us to have clarity. According to you, the compensation bit, their claim was dismissed, which is a matter of public record. But then you are also telling us that there was an issue as to decisions that government had taken and whether or not those decisions were right. You are saying that their question on those decisions was upheld by the tribunal. My question then to you is this. Was there any costs to government as a result of that relief? Was there any loss to the state as a result of that relief? That is what I wanted to know.
So in simple terms, the only loss would be that the state was directed to make some payments in respect of legal matters. So, for instance, if you go to court, the cost of arbitration, the cost for legal services, the state was directed to pay that. Whether that is cost or not, I'll leave it for you, the lawyers. But I'm saying that this is what the court decided. I don't want to put interpretation on whether those payments constitute costs or not, because I'm not a lawyer and I do not want to step into that arena. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, I will land on this very important point. You see, we are talking about a ruling of a tribunal, a judgment, the outcome of a case. I don't want us to be rhetorical about it or be hypothetical or whatever. What is a fact remains a fact. Was there any order made against government in that arbitration? And if so, and you have reference to that, can you tell us exactly the orders that were made against the government of Ghana and GMPC? Respectfully, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee.
Thank you. So, government of Ghana issued an order that two parties unitize. So let's put it in single terms. It says that male and female marry. That's the order from the father. Then one party goes to court and says that no, government is wrong. You can't just ask us to marry. You are jumping the gun. And the arbitration upheld that and says the government was wrong in asking the two parties to marry or unitize. That's all. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much. It's now the...
Chairman, please, let me read.
Honorable,
question. I'm giving
Honorable Leader.
Chairman, please, this is a
I'm
legal
taking
matter.
your words.
Yes,
that
I'm not asking
you have
a question.
asked
Chairman, it's not
the
a
last question.
Yes, I have. Chairman, please, it's for all of us. Please. Yes, it's for all of us. Colleagues, let's get this. I would read.
Where are you even reading from in the first place?
Chairman, with respect, I'll provide you.
Where are you reading from?
Chairman, I'm reading from the website of, yes, I know. I am reading from the website of City FM, which
so
website
that
is hosting.
Is your authentic source from which you can pick a judgment.
Wait, it is hosting the ruling. Website hosts the ruling, and it's quoting the full ruling. It's not their write-up. I just want to read out. The tribunal denied the claimant, ENI and Vitol, their monetary damages, which initially stood at $7 billion, but were later reduced to $950 million plus interest by the end of the proceedings. The tribunal dismissed all claims against GMPC entirely. Additionally, the tribunal rejected the claimant's request to declare that Ghana breached petroleum agreement by refusing to withdraw or prevent reliance by third parties on the unitization directive. The tribunal also dismissed the claimant's request for Ghana to notify the High Court, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court of Ghana that the unitization directives were issued in breach of the petroleum agreement. I mean, this is a matter that I'm lifting directly from the ruling. I just want to bring it to our collective attention. So I'm just saying that there was no such claim, such order made against any of the respondents from the ruling.
Well, we'll take your words. Be brief. Be brief.
I'm putting it out as a fact.
Be brief, honorable nominee.
Honorable Fanyabaka, it does appear that maybe because you were in a hurry to read, you jumped one line. Let me just read that for you.
Please go about.
However, the tribunal find that in the circumstance in which they were issued, the unitization directive breached the petroleum agreement. Simple. It's on the City FM thing. It's there. The very one you are reading is there. I didn't say it.
Colleague, I will not want to, which is a legal matter. The
So
last
I'll
I
leave
will
it for
do.
you. I
No.
won't debate
The
you.
last I will do is to trade my profession. I will not. I will not. I am reading up to the end. I am reading up to the end. Respectfully, it reads that the tribunal dismissed all claims against the GMPC entirely. In the minimum, my law is okay. Additionally, the tribunal rejected the claimant's request to declare that Ghana breached the petroleum agreement by refusing to withdraw or prevent reliance by third parties on the unitization directives. The last paragraph, and I'm not running away from any paragraph. I wouldn't want to put my reputation on the line on this. The last paragraph reads, the tribunal also dismissed the claimant's request for Ghana to notify the High Court, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court of Ghana that the unitization directives were issued in breach of the petroleum agreement.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for the education. Once you give me the nomination, I'll consult the Attorney General. The Attorney General will guide me. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. In the midst of the disagreement, I'll give the opportunity to Honorable Ayariga to read what he's also having. Please go ahead and read.
No, it's not about opening the Pandora's box. Why? He's read something he claims to be the outcome of the litigation. This is the report. It says that Ghana has suffered a setback in an international arbitration case concerning its attempts to unitize offshore oil fields, but avoided potentially significant financial damages. So there were two issues. Ghana sought to get them to unitize. And in that respect, Ghana suffered a loss because the court did not agree with Ghana. But then Ghana avoided financial loss, that is payment of damages or any compensation. And that is exactly what he has reported. So please, why? You can read from a website, I cannot read from a website. Please, it's here.
Reading from the website.
We're all reading from the website.
Yes.
It's here. You can
So, honorable members,
I'm giving it to you. Take it.
we can
Take
allow
it.
the
If you-
contradictions
If you have any doubts, just you can take it and read it.
in the publications at the website to. So we make progress. Honorable
Chairman.
Deputy
Chairman.
Majority Leader, you have your turn.
Chairman.
Minority Leader,
Chairman.
I plead
Chairman,
with you
yes,
with all
Chairman,
due
I'm
respect.
pleading with
Let
you.
us not argue
Chairman,
the
Chairman, I
veracity
will
or
not-
otherwise of the various publications
Chairman.
that you are relying upon.
Chairman.
So,
Chairman, please, oblige me.
Honorable
Chairman,
Leader,
Chairman,
let us be
please,
guided
Chairman,
by
I
the
will-
provisions of the Constitution in
Chairman.
Article 78 and
Chairman.
94. I beg you.
Chairman.
I've
Chairman.
given the floor
Chairman.
to
Chairman.
Honorable Deputy Leader.
Chairman.
Honorable Minority Leader, I have given the floor to Honorable Deputy
Chairman.
Majority Leader.
Chairman.
I may come back to you. So please,
Chairman,
please, I may come back to you.
Okay, Chairman.
I may come back
Chairman,
to you.
Chairman,
Please.
with that said, I will rest my case
Yes.
to allow
So
you
Honorable
we
Amabua.
come back and deal with
Amabua.
this matter. Thank you.
Yes, what is?
Chairman, people are watching us. Right from the beginning, the respected minority leader kept asking to be indulged. He would end his presentation and ask for just a small opportunity to make one point. This thing, indulge me, indulge me. And even when you give opportunity to somebody to speak, he will make sure that you give him the opportunity. Right now, his turn has passed. I didn't expect you to say that when the Honorable Boa finished, you're going to give him another opportunity. He'll start
Remember, I know what I am doing. So please, it's now the turn of Honorable Boa.
Today, we beg you.
Honorable Boa, you have the floor.
Honorable John Abdullah Jinapor, congratulations. You first work in the Ministry of Energy as my deputy, and I am very, very proud of you. I think that you are sitting in that chair because you were dedicated, you focused on humility, and worked your way up. You became our ranking and you led a team very, very well. And so there's no doubt in my mind that you're going to be a very successful energy minister. I have three things that I want to guide you. You may not even answer them. But you know that the upstream sector is in complete disarray. With all the big players gone, has declined over 37% and continuing the last 8 years. The 3 producing fields that we brought on stream, nothing has been added. You talked a lot about the challenges and the court cases you've lost. And so I hope that will really engage your attention and the strategies to increase oil production and bring the big boys back. And I know that you've talked about that. We need to really and make sure we get gas security. That is the key to the energy sector. And I'm very sure that you focus on that as well. I think you've talked about the indebtedness. I'm sure you will tell us that when we were leaving power, how much we left in debt. And whether or not it's true that we left $5 billion. The issue of renewable energy in an energy transition is critical, and that's probably why the energy sector is now energy and then the transition. And so I believe that you really add the issue of renewable energy as well. The last point is the issue of SML and
knowing nothing about energy. But he's been very, very useful as a mentor, and I can only thank him. The only thing I've learned from him is hard work. And so I thank him very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any closing remark from the minority? We've come to the end.
Chairman, we experience ups and downs. We experience ups and downs in this. I believe that the matter that came up would have another opportunity to discuss it on the floor. And I would also want to plead with colleagues that if you didn't get the opportunity to raise any issue by way of question, the next stage of this pre-approval process would be the debate on the report of the committee. So you would have the opportunity to raise all other issues for Hansard to capture your views. On that note, Chairman, I would want to thank you for indulging us on these 2 nominees, and we see what next to be done. Thank you so much indeed, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Let me use the opportunity to sincerely thank the nominee for attending upon the committee and providing answers to questions posed. That Honorable Minister Designate, you will surely hear from the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm most grateful.
Well, then you are discharged. We then.
No, wait before, don't call him.
Call to order. May I have the pleasure to inform you that in the August House, our guests of the nominee who are here to give him a moral support. Forgive me if I do not mention the names correctly. Aigbeman is being called upon to mention names of people from Zwanrugu. We have Zwanrugu Paramount Chief, Naba Biliya Maltinga Afegara III, with his divisional chiefs of Kaiti, Naba Azangzi Yuri, and the Zangdana, Naba Ayamga, with the secretary to the chiefs, Alhaji Abubakari. We also have Madam Victoria Asingri, an auntie to the nominee, Rose Biringzaya Aine Esquire, son of the nominee. We have Mr. Tony Lita Esquire, partner, Lita Brew and Co., law firm, friends, and Amefa friends and classmates. We have Miss Charlene Maxwell, businesswoman, a friend to the nominee. We have constituency executives of Bolokantanga East constituency, led by the chairman, Mr. Azik Ayalato Azuri. We have a commissioner of police, Patrick Akolgo, senior brother of the nominee. We have lawyers from Ayene and partners, led by lawyer Godwin Aduji Kojo Tamaklo, the nominee's partner in chamber. We have Chief of Bare, Nab Nyakora Manti, and Chief of Dagari, Nab Kangampuya. We also have Suebutu Adam, Chief Director, Attorney General's Office. We have Chief of Kantia. Honorable guests, you are most welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm talking about the guests.
Oh, the guests, thank
yes.
you.
Oh, other, the wise man, former and a member of the Constituent Assembly, Honorable Clayton.
What is Constituent Assembly? What is Constituent Assembly? That's the
Well, they want me to say they drafted the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Honourable members, I welcome the nominee for the position of the Attorney General and Minister responsible for justice. I'm the minority leader and the ranking member, whether he has some preliminary observations. Thank you very much.
Honorable nominee, thank you for being here. I think I'm hearing from colleagues that they want you to take the oath before we make the comment. If it pleases the chairman, I may want to yield to that. So you take the oath, and then after that.
Please go ahead, make your comment. We'll take the oath and proceed with the questions.
Well,
This is
Chairman, thank you. I note from the letter that, and just help with the proper designation. The undated letter, the on reference letter from the Jubilee House has your name as a third person, Dr. Dominic Akuritinga Ayene, MP, and it says that Minister Designate, Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. I thought, I'm not too clear. Is it supposed to be Attorney General's Department and Ministry of Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with the designation in the Constitution, the Constitution says that there shall be an Attorney General who shall be a Minister of State. And so the correct designation is Attorney General and Minister of Justice, not Minister of Justice. I think that was a mistake.
But in the opening, it says Minister Designate, comma, Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. So I'm asking that the Minister Designate, comma, should it have been Attorney General's Department and Ministry of Justice?
Honorable members, preliminary comment doesn't take the form of questions to nominee. So I would plead with the Honorable Minority Leader that if his preliminary comment is in the form of a question, then you can hold it. When we get to question time, then you look at the document and pose a question to the nominee. Thank you very much. Apart from the Minority Leader, no member of the committee or a friend to the committee has a right to make a preliminary comment. Can we proceed to swear the witness in?
Chairman, if you don't want it that way, I think I would go by that for you. So it's an observation. Learned Attorney General, I'm sure as your colleagues, we know what you stand for, and we want to assure you that the exercise we will undertake this evening will be done in utmost good faith and with utmost respect to you. Please, your practice has taught you that when you get an adversary, a witness in the witness box, you do all you can, but it's not to be taken personal. That you're already aware. So I just want you to take your emotions out of the exercise we are going to do and see yourself as a witness in the box that we are cross-examining you. And we as counsel would not mean any ill fate for you. We don't mean any harm, but to do our work and do it well. So I just want you to bear that in mind, even before you take your oath for us to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader will always warn me that we should not take a witness in a box to answer questions by way of vetting or inquiry. As a witness under cross-examination and at the trial. Committee clerk, please swear the witness in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I hereby leave you to take the oath.
I, Dominic Akuritinga Ayene,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Minister Designate for Attorney General and Minister for Justice. As usual, we'll start the questions from the subject matter committee members from the minority. Menchia South, Bafo, Honorable Bafo.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You have
Chairman.
the floor.
Dr. Ayini, welcome to the committee, and I'd like to congratulate you for your nomination. As for the approval, it's yet to be done, so I'm constrained. We know ourselves from practice, even though you are my senior at the bar. We cross swords in the case of Henry Nana Boakye versus Attorney General, when you were the Deputy Attorney General. And subsequently, we found ourselves in the same aisle in the case of the Republic versus Dr. Kwabena Duffuor and 8 others, when you were the initial attorney. So welcome. Doc, of particular concern to me is what I find in the your party's manifesto, which is titled Resetting Ghana 2024. At page 142, you have stated that you will establish the regional tribunals provided under Article 142 of the Constitution and pass a law to reintroduce the community and circuit tribunals, first established under the Courts Act 1993, Act 459, but abolished under the Courts Amendment Act 2002, Act 620. It is of concern to me because we all know what the tribunals did. In fact, the literature which captures the footprints of the tribunals is in abundance. And I have in my hand the African Watch report on human rights. African Watch report, volume 4, issue number 1. This is what it says about the tribunal. Dated 31st of January, 1992. This is what it says of the tribunal. That
the literature that you are quoting, what is the source of it? Who is the writer?
it is the report of Human Rights Watch, a human rights organization.
Human Rights Watch.
Yes.
From Human Rights Organization.
Yes, please. I have copies
proceed.
here. I can give the committee copies if my...
Well, I just want to know the source. Have you mentioned the source? Proceed to ask your question.
Okay. So, it was abundantly clear that during one of the problems with the tribunal system was its disregard for human rights, such as refusing accused persons the right to even call witnesses sometimes. By the way, the jurisdiction of the tribunals was criminal jurisdiction. It was also noted for delays. It was also noted for delays. It had no regard whatsoever for the laws of this country, to the extent that as a result of the decisions of tribunals, our mothers were punished through caning.
Honorable member, question.
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable member, you are a lawyer.
it is very important.
Honorable member, I am asking a question. You are a lawyer.
Mr. Chairman, very respectfully, both of us practice at the bar.
Yes.
And so the question, my
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, is
So you know very well that the literature that you are reading doesn't take primacy over the constitutional provision relating to the tribunal.
Mr. Chairman, the constitutional provision relating to tribunal, Article 142, has to do with just regional tribunals. It is not related to district and community tribunals. So, Mr. Chairman, I need to give context to my question. So if you allow me, very respectfully, it's in the interest of the public.
Let's proceed and ask your question.
Mr. Chairman, so what the tribunal did, we are all aware. Indeed, when you look at the National Reconciliation Report, it captured extensively.
With all due respect, go straight and ask your question. You have laid enough foundation for your question.
Mr. Chairman, I think that if you allow me, the nation will be interested.
You don't argue with the chair.
Mr. Chairman, this is not an argument, Mr. Chair. I'm only asking that you indulge me so I lay the right foundation and ask the right
You've been
question.
directed by the chair to proceed to ask your question, so do exactly the same.
In fact, in 2002, when the bill to abolish the district and regional tribunals was laid, one of the things that were captured in the Hansard, dated 18th March 2002, was that it was being abolished because of the breaches of human rights and also the cost associated with it. Honorable nominee, the question I want to ask you is that why do you want to reintroduce something which is associated with the dark past of this country? Why do you want to reintroduce it? What is it that our ordinary courts, regular courts, cannot provide in terms of the criminal jurisdiction of this country that you want to revisit and bring back the tribunals? Why?
Your microphone should be one of. But honorable member, did the nominee said anywhere that he wants to abolish the tribunal system? Because your question is, why are you saying?
No, I'm referring to the NDC's manifesto.
Very well, very well.
I refer to it.
Because what I heard was, why are you saying?
No, you means the NDC.
So you are now saying, why is the NDC having in the manifesto to do ABCD? Then we'll all be clear.
Mr. Chair, unless you want to separate the nominee from the NDC.
No, he's here as
the nominee is in the belly of the NDC.
If you're asking a question in relation to his party's manifesto, you said so. Leader asked a lot of questions in relation to the manifesto. He expressly stated that, according to your manifesto, this is what you are saying. But if you said, why are you saying this? Then we are referring to the nominee before us.
Chair, I'm guided. Very respectfully.
Nominee, may you provide your answer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The honorable member is right that the strategic trust of the President's manifesto or the NDC's manifesto, which is an expression of intent regarding what we will do, the set of policies, and measures that we will implement when we are in power is one, to reset Ghana. Now, resetting Ghana doesn't mean taking Ghana back to factory settings. It means correcting the things that, in our experience as a nation, we've come to realize that they are deficient and they are not auguring well for our development as a country. Now, talking about the public tribunals, the honorable member will note that in terms of Article 25(1), it is provided that justice emanates from the people and will be administered in their name, in accordance by the judiciary and in accordance with the Constitution. The internal logic or internal morality.
Leonard, with respect, which article were you referring to, please?
Article 125, Clause 1
Very
of the Constitution of the Republic
Please,
of Ghana.
may you read it? Yes.
Yes, Chairman, I was trying to.
Honorable nominee, you are asked to read something without a permission coming from the chair. Please.
Very well, Mr.
Honorable Minority Leader has opened that particular provision, so I believe he will read it and satisfy himself. Proceed with your answer.
Okay. I believe he wants to lay the context for a question. So, Honorable Minority Leader.
Nominee, please follow the instructions of the chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Chairman.
Chairman, I don't know if Honorable Boa wants to usurp your powers. You are in the chair.
Chairman of the committee, if, in case you do not know.
Chairman, when we try to push, we get calls from your own side, we are in this together. I do not want to also get a certain impression that chairman, in an attempt to assert himself, would want to do things to undermine this very process. In all humility, since morning, I keep using the word, I beg you, I beg you. The nominee made reference to a constitutional provision to make a point. And I'm saying that not all of us are lawyers. Not everybody here is a lawyer. And I say, can you read the provisions and explain your point? Then you come and say, yeah, but I am here with him.
Honorable members, the question is coming from Honorable Bafo, and answers are being provided by Honorable Bafo. If Minority Leader wants to ask a supplementary question, at least he should allow the witness to complete the answer, but not to interject to say that read the constitutional provision without even the attention of the chair.
Chairman, with your leave, I pray that the nominee, as he references Article 125, he should read it in full to situate the argument rightly. Thank you so much.
Well, the nominee even quoted the 1251 verbatim, but you may go ahead and read it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Article 1251 of the Constitution, that is Clause 1 of the Constitution, says that justice emanates from the people and shall be administered in the name of the Republic by the judiciary, who shall be independent and subject only to this Constitution. I think I paraphrased it very accurately. And I was on the point that the internal logic of the laws, the PNDC laws establishing the public tribunals, was to ensure the participation of ordinary citizens in the administration of justice. And that aligns fully with the substantive content of Article 125, Clause 1 of the Constitution, because it says justice emanates from the people. In the context of Article 125, 1, the judiciary is the organ of state vested with the power to administer justice. And if the honorable nominee who asked the question, the honorable member who asked the question would care to look at Article 142 of the Constitution, which he referenced, all right? In that context, in the peculiar context of Article 142, the judiciary is defined to include the regional tribunals. What he left out is Article 142, I think, Clause 3, who says, and such other courts and tribunals as Parliament may by law establish. All right? So it creates, 142 creates the regional tribunals, which have coordinate criminal jurisdiction with the High Court, all right, in all respects. And then it says that Parliament may by law establish such courts and tribunals, that is inferior courts and tribunals, as it deems fit. Okay. Now, to the question why we want to go back and align with the internal logic of Article 125, Clause 1, that there must be participation by ordinary people in the administration of justice. If you recall, all the tribunals, district tribunals, circuit tribunals, regional tribunals, had a chairperson or chairman and two who was, mandatorily required to be a lawyer, and two, other persons who were non-lawyers selected from the community. So aside the traditional jury system that allows ordinary citizens to participate in the administration of justice in a limited fashion, the PNDC, in its wisdom, broadened public participation in the administration of justice through the tribunal system. Now, you referenced a report by Africa Watch. Of course, I am familiar with Africa Watch. If you go back to my CV, you realize that I was executive director of the Center for Public Interest Law, a human rights organization that I founded and ran for 10 good years, that conducted public interest litigation and represented persons whose human rights were being violated. So if you remember the famous case of Sodom and Gomorrah, I was a lawyer for the thousands of displaced persons in Sodom and Gomorrah using the Center for Public Interest Law. And so I'm very much aware of what Africa Watch stands for, right? But look carefully at the report, the date of the report. It will let you know that the empirical evidence for the statements that were being made, if at all, was gathered not from the era of the coming into force of the Constitution, but the era prior to the coming into force of the Constitution. Now, when it comes to our...
With your leave, the document you referred to, was it Africa Watch? Human Rights.
No, but he said Africa Watch.
No, let there be clarity.
What? Yeah.
No. Mr. Bafo, please, let's repeat again the full document you referred to, because we don't want a situation whereby Africa Watch will say that they have not made any publication. What is the name?
Mr. Chair, this is not Africa Watch, the newspaper. It is Africa Watch, a human rights watch group.
Wait.
And he's aware. It's not a newspaper.
Wait. The document, is it an organization's report, or you are quoting from a publication?
It's an organization's report.
And what is the name of the organization?
The organization is Africa Watch, Human Rights Watch Group.
Okay, Leonard, then in reference to that, please quote quote it well. Respect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was very much aware of the fact that it's the human rights wing of the Africa Watch, but I was just referring to it in the manner that the honorable member stated. So if you look at the date, okay, my hunch is that the empirical evidence for, a report dated very close to the first quarter of 1992 would have been from the pre-constitutional, era, when the public tribunals were administering revolutionary justice in the context of PNDC Law 1. Now, if you look at PNDC Law 1, there was no human rights chapter. That was the Grundnorm. That was the constitution, the fundamental law of the land at the time. There was no human rights chapter. In resetting Ghana, we will reset it in accordance with the 1992 Constitution. And the 1992 Constitution is very clear, that the sovereign power of Ghana rests in the people of Ghana, in whose name and for whose welfare the powers of government should be exercised in accordance with this Constitution. Governmental powers includes the powers exercised by the judiciary of our land. That includes the public tribunals. I believe that it is not your view, honorable member, that the public tribunals would not or are not part of the judiciary. They are part of the chapter on the judiciary. And so they will be bound by Chapter 5, the human rights provisions, and the entire Constitution, guided by the directive principles of state policy in Chapter 6. And so the proposal in our manifesto is to re-establish the regional tribunals with criminal jurisdiction that is, coordinate jurisdiction with the High Court. And then we will have the circuit tribunals in all the districts, in all the, the regions, and then also the district tribunals that will also dispense justice in the various districts of our country. And I believe that if they are being regulated, and my proposal or my thinking going into this office is that we will enact a Public Tribunals Act that will be comprehensive, and that will, contain restrictions in terms of the conduct, of the affairs of the tribunals and the human rights violations that are, referenced in the Africa Watch Human Rights report will hopefully not occur. Not under my watch as the Attorney General of this Republic.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bafo. Before you proceed with your second question, Honorable Mahama Yariga has a follow-up.
Good. Honorable Attorney General nominee, do you intend to establish tribunals that will use caning and lashing of people as one of the punishments? Do you intend?
Mr. Chairman, I do not, and that will not be permitted by the Constitution of the Republic. In fact, that will be inhuman and degrading treatment of our citizens.
Minority Leader also has a follow-up, so you may wait for your second question.
Honorable nominee, have you become aware of the establishment of the ORA?
Honorable Minority Leader, a follow-up question must relate to the preliminary questions or the substantive question asked. But this is completely unrelated to the substantive question asked. So hold it. When it comes to your turn, you can pose these questions. Honorable
Chairman, with respect, please hold your horses. Let me make a point. We are dealing with matters of public tribunal. We are talking about issues that go complementary, okay? As far as possible from all that you've said. I am trying to appreciate the point you made in response to the question he asked, that would you set up a tribunal which would carry canes to be, chasing people here and there? You responded that no, because it will not be in accordance with law. Correct? In the same spirit, I am asking you that the ORA, that committee, which we've been told is to receive information from the public regarding supposed looting and all that. If you become aware of it, do you think that its establishment is in accordance with the Constitution?
Honorable Minority Leader, I believe the question asked relates substantially to Article 1261B. This oral that we are bringing in is not related to the establishment of the tribunal as stated in the NDC manifesto. So I reiterate the point that you can hold it when it gets to your turn. You ask a substantive question, but this cannot be accepted as a follow-up question. Thank you very much, Honorable Leader. Honorable Bafo, proceed with your second question.
Honorable nominee.
Chairman.
So, Minority Leader, I cannot ask a member to proceed with a question, and then you ask that he should hold on. This is unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. So, Honorable Bafo, proceed to ask your second question.
Chairman, take it easy.
Would you want to forfeit asking your second question?
Chairman, take it easy. 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 The nominee that I am asking him, because he has raised a constitutional matter, that there are things that if you do, it will be outside of the Constitution, and he as AG won't do it. So I am asking whether or not he's become aware of the aura, and if he has become aware of the aura, its mandate is within the ambit of the Constitution. So it is flowing from the very answer he gave on the constitutionality of the functions of a publicly established body, such as a tribunal. So, Chairman, I do not see why we should be locking on this matter. But however, if you insist, I will yield to you for us to make progress. If you insist, I will yield to you for us to make progress.
Honorable members, I insist that the question is unrelated. Question posed to the nominee relating to the establishment of the tribunal as contained in the manifesto of the National Democratic Congress. Honorable Bafo, may you proceed to ask your second question.
Honorable nominee, the question was, what is it that the high courts, regular high courts, are not doing that you need the tribunals to cure? That, honorable nominee, I didn't hear anything. But importantly, on the question of
the promise that you are not going to set up a tribunal that will cane people. Honorable nominee, are you aware that there is the criminal practice and procedure of this country is regulated by statute, and that statute does not include private citizens called ORA, gathering evidence which will be handed over to the Attorney General to prosecute? Are you aware that there's nothing like that in the criminal, in the statutes of this country? Are you aware? Yes or no?
Honorable members, I know the nominee is capable of answering the question. But in our Criminal and Other Offences Act, as well as the Procedure Act, committees are not stated. But, Honorable nominee, may you proceed to answer the question?
Well, I'm sure the honorable member himself well knows that Act 30, the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act, does not create bodies, organizations, agencies, or entities that are mandated to operationalize criminal procedure. It merely lays out the procedure relating to criminal trials, whether summary trials, trial on indictment, and so on and so forth, and then relating to how you treat evidence in criminal matters. So it does not create bodies. So I would not, to your answer, there is nothing about oral in in Act 30. Now, the question whether oral is legal has been raised, by various people within the media, all right? Oral is the Operation Recover or Loot. If you look at the preamble to the Constitution, it is very, very clear about what are the fundamental values underpinning the Constitution. The value of accountability is one of the preambular commitments in our Constitution. It's a primary value. Oral is supposed to exact accountability from persons either politically exposed or persons holding public office who used or misused their office to loot public resources by way of property, money, and other intangible resources. So oral is constitutional. Oral is legal. In fact, the fact that it is a non-legal body doesn't mean that it is illegal. There's a distinction between non-legality and illegality.
Mr. Chair, please, if I may be allowed a follow-up.
Yes, you have my discretion. Before then, let me hear from Honorable Layariga.
Mr. Chair.
He's coming in on a point of information.
Mr. Chairman, if you open the Constitution to Article 41, Article 41 deals with duties of a citizen. Please, everybody, listen to this. Article 41 deals with duties of a citizen. 41F says one of the duties of every citizen of this country is to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property. So if somebody forms a committee to elicit information about instances of looting of public property and waste and resources, is it not to provide an avenue for compliance with this constitutional provision? Is that not what it is?
No, we are.
And how different is this campaign from the campaign that took place recently? See something, say something. If you see looting, say it.
If you see stealing, say it.
Mr. Chair, my phone.
Honourable members, I will reiterate the fact that Honorable Ayerga, you are even not supposed to react. So observe the proceedings in silence. Honorable Ayerga, we are grateful for the point of information.
Okay,
You
Mr.
want
Chair,
to ask a follow-up question?
before my last main question.
You are permitted to ask the follow-up question.
Mr. Chair, it is very interesting to note that notwithstanding Article 41F, the Criminal Offences and Procedure Act, Act 30, provided or has made provision for investigations, arrest, and prosecution of criminal offenses, and it still doesn't include oral or private individuals acting. But my follow-up is this. My follow-up is this. My follow-up is this.
What you've just said was a preliminary comment, but not a follow-up question.
Mr. Chair, I plead with you to indulge me in the interest of Ghana. Roxanne, you promised to protect.
Please go ahead with your last question.
Okay. So, in the year 2010, the NDC administration under Professor Mills commissioned the Constitution Review Commission that presented its report in the year 2012, for which a white paper was issued in June 2012. Hope you remember. Good. Now, you spoke extensively seeking to justify tribunals, the establishment of tribunals. At page 21 of the report of the Commission of Inquiry, of the white paper, on the report of the Constitution Review Commission, at page 21, the white paper stated as follows: maintenance of regional tribunal in court structure. Government accepts the recommendation that regional tribunal be abolished and matters handled by them incorporated into the regular court schedule. Government, however, holds the view that the chairman of the regional tribunal, if any, should be absorbed into the judiciary as high court judges. This is by an NDC government. The question is that when you had previously accepted the commission's report to abolish the Commission of Inquiry, to abolish tribunals, and now you say you are bringing it back, is it not double speaking? Especially when you have also failed to provide before us what the High Court is not doing that you want to correct with the tribunal. Is it not double speaking without any justification? Dated 2012, yes.
So what is the exact date on the report?
The report.
You are referring to the white paper
I'm referring to the white paper.
The report of the Constitutional Review Commission?
I'm referring to the government white paper stating its position
Very well.
on the report.
Very well. Honorable nominee, your response.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very much aware of the position stated by the honorable member I was very intimately involved in the work of the Fiajo Constitutional Review Commission, which was headed by my own good friend and former colleague, whose secretary was my own good friend and former colleague, the current dean of the University of Ghana Law School, Professor Raymond Atuguba. I am also keenly aware of the fact that the government white paper accepted to abolish the recommendation of the commission to abolish the regional tribunals. However, an American justice of the Supreme Court, a justice of the Supreme Court of the US, very famous, Oliver Wendell Holmes, he once said that the life of the law has not been logic, but experience. When experience has taught us that there are deficiencies in our justice system. In fact, when the honorable nominee was talking about the honorable member, I'm sorry, I have been here since 9:30, you have to forgive me. When the honorable member was talking about delays, he's a legal practitioner and he knows that the traditional court system is also plagued with a lot of delays. You also know that sometimes they disregard the fundamental human rights of citizens. During the tenure of your own government, Afoko Gregory, when a court of law ordered that he should be granted bail, you still callously detained him, and he's in detention now. That's a violation of the right of Gregory Afoko to liberty. So these things occur whether you are dealing with the traditional court system or a tribunal system. Okay? The good thing is to have men and women of integrity who will administer the law or administer justice in accordance with law. And that is what we are seeking to do with the re-establishment of the public tribunals. I think that our experience has taught us that the participation of ordinary citizens in the justice system is a good thing. And that is why, having thought about it, we are re-establishing it. But of course, we are governed, as I said, by a constitution, and I believe that there will be limitations to the powers of the tribunal as far as respect for the rights of persons appearing before them is concerned.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dafamapo for a supplementary question.
Chairman, thank you very much. Professor Aini, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You taught me, and you taught me well, and I'm very happy that you got this nomination. Now, you're also my chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, and I second chair you, and I know the quality that you put into your work. So you also taught me legal system. So let me clarify this. Are you actually saying that you are going to establish or create these tribunal courts, or you are going to implement the law? Because Article 142, Prof, is very clear in the establishment of tribunals. And it says, Chairman, with your leave, Article 142.1 says, there shall be established in each region of Ghana such regional tribunals as the Chief Justice may determine. Now, the Courts Act, 1993, variously amended in 202 and 203, actually imported Article 142 into the Courts Act and actually added more in terms of the creation of the regional tribunals. So when the impression is created that you are going to create these court systems, I got confused. So I want to find out from you, Are you going to rather implement the law, asking that regional tribunals be established, shall be established, or is going to be your creature by policy? Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Chair, on a point of order, he said that the Courts Act.
You don't have the floor.
He says.
You do not have the floor. Even at point of order, I need to give you the floor. Honorable nominee, may you proceed to answer the question?
Well, I agree with my former student that I taught him well. He's drawn a distinction that I glossed over. The tribunals are actually established by the Constitution under Article 142. Now, the Courts Act was variously amended, and sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I don't have the amendments here, but I do remember vaguely there was an attempt to delete provisions relating to the tribunals by the VCRAC CRAP committee. So if you take the compendium, the green compendium, I think that was where it was done. And the idea was to take them out, in terms of the statutory implementation. So what I would do, if Parliament gives me the nod, is to overhaul the law relating to the public tribunals by bringing a new bill that I will introduce rapidly, because the President has hit the road running, and we, his nominees and his appointees, are his, supplementary wheels. We have to help him, to run as fast as possible. So I will bring a bill that will comprehensive implementation of the letter and spirit of Article 142 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yes, you want a point of order. Is the point of order relating to the answer or the question being asked?
Mr. Chair, both. It made reference
but
to an
you know, under the rules, you cannot take a point of order on a question being asked.
Mr. Chair, on the answer. On the answer.
Now, tell me what exactly is the answer that you are taking the point of order on?
Mr.
And
Chair,
what is your point of order?
Very respectfully. The Courts Amendment Act of 2002 amended the Courts Act of 1993 to abolish the district and community tribunals. So the only tribunal which remains on our statute book is the regional tribunal, which the Constitutional Review, government has accepted the Constitutional Review Committee's report to abolish. So that is the only tribunal which is on our statute book.
So how different is that from the answer provided by the nominee, that he doesn't have the Court Act here, but he believes of an attempt to take it off from the Court Act?
So
it's not different.
Mr. Chair, very respectfully, this is a committee of record, so it is important that records are set, so that listeners will know that it doesn't exist anymore.
Then to pose a question is John Dako.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I'm sure you are aware of a company called Cassius Mining. That company obtained a grant of prospecting license from the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources sometime in 2016. Actually, 14 days after the Mahama administration had lost power. The company at the time did not comply with the prospecting license, and they had made an application for renewal of the prospecting license. Following that, Honorable nominee, you became the counsel for
Honorable Member,
Cassius Mining.
do you have the evidence that the company did not comply? And in any case, that particular company is not before us. So you know the rules relating to speaking about persons who are not before us and will not have the opportunity to defend themselves. So be guided.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So following that, Mr. Nominee, you became the counsel for Cassius Mining and made demands on the government for renewal of the company's prospecting license. In fact, Mr. Nominee, you, as a lawyer for the company, you wrote a letter dated 21st February 2020, attention the Chief Executive Officer of Minerals Commission. You stated variously, but in particular, clause 4 of your letter to the Chief Executive of Minerals Commission, you stated that the fact that the two shareholders of the company prior convictions cannot vitiate the license, it is not a relevant consideration. You stated, Mr. Nominee, that it is spurious and disingenuous for you to suggest that the minister can, on this basis, refuse to grant the license renewal. But even if it were so, damages will still flow and the government of Ghana will remain liable. Mr. Nominee, it will interest you to know that about 2 weeks ago, this company, Cassius Mining, for which you were once their legal counsel, has filed an arbitration against the government of Ghana, claiming in excess of 440 million United States dollars at the London Center of International Arbitration. The Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana is supposed to defend the Republic against all claims, including one such as this. Now, you were once the lawyer of this company. You believed in their claim against the government of Ghana. Mr. Nominee, are you going to ensure that when the Republic goes to defend this claim, the Republic of Ghana will not be burdened with this $441 million? And I'm saying this because of the appearance of conflict of interest.
I recognize Honorable Kwame Abuja.
Leader, the procedures here will all encourage our first-timers to participate fully in this. Indeed, that is why our side and the side of the minority brought in first-time MPs. But in this committee, you can lay preamble to ask your question, but not to make, endless statements. And I sit here and I ask myself, when is the question going to come? So, Chairman, can you direct that it is not against the procedures here to lay a preamble, but that must be brief, then you go to your question. Because I get lost as to whether somebody is making a statement or asking a question.
You see, Chairman, people, Honorable Whip, people sit outside and sometimes they bash the members of the committee. Being outside and having the opportunity to ask the question are two different things. We now have the opportunity, pose the question, but I will allow the nominee to provide an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is right. I have been instructed previously by Cassius Mining. I filed pleadings in the High Court in Bolgatanga together with my junior partner, Mr. Gorin Tamaklo. We litigated, various applications before the courts. I want to put it on record that I'm no longer Cassius Mining's lawyer. However, I'm keenly aware of the fact that the Constitution prohibits a situation where a public officer puts himself in a position where his private interest conflicts with the performance of his public duties. As Attorney General of the Republic, I will be the Republic's lawyer. As the Republic's lawyer, I am supposed to act in the best interest of the Republic, in accordance with the best traditions and ethics of the legal profession. I will not, in any manner whatsoever, compromise the interests of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable Member, if you care to know, and I'm sure you are very well aware, that I was Deputy Attorney General under the former Attorney General, Honorable Marietta Brew. And for 4 years, we handled that ministry in such a way that the US government described the Attorney General's office as a corruption-free zone. We handled the ministry in such a way.
You are not supposed to take part in the proceedings. So remain silent and observe the proceedings. You are only here to observe.
So, Mr. Chairman, when we were in office, you can go back and check the records. There was no single incident, except the Wyoming matter that came before we assumed office. There was no single incident of questionable judgment debts arising out of or in connection with the performance of the obligations of the Republic in any contract or legal transaction. So I can assure the House that I will take measures if they are before the London Court of International Arbitration. I'm quite familiar with that tribunal. I've appeared before that tribunal several times, and I can assure you that I will put in the measures that will ensure that the interest of the Republic is not compromised.
Thank you very much.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman, with respect.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, do you believe in the propriety of their case against the Republic?
With all due respect, I believe you have indicated the matter is before the court. Is that not so?
Mr. Chair, I think
And
it's a fair
he
question.
is no longer the lawyer for the company. So in vetting the nominee, you cannot be soliciting for his opinion on that particular matter. So ask another question.
Okay, no. I never said I don't have any.
Please, have you finished asking the question?
No, since you didn't allow him to answer that question, I'll move on to another one.
Well, I have the right, if I feel the question is soliciting the opinion of the nominee, I can overrule you.
Even if he can answer, Mr. Chairman, I understand.
The question is overruled. If you are done, let me give the opportunity to another person.
Mr. Chairman,
I believe you are done. I will then give the opportunity to Honorable Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, I am not done.
Honorable Shaibu, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, I am not done.
Chairman, with all due respect, please allow him to conclude. Please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your understanding. Mr. Nominee, your firm is on record as having acted for a number of companies which have gone on to make huge claims against the government. In some of these cases, the companies were formed between the year 2013 to 2017. Your firm was the law firm which acted as lawyers for the firm, for the firm. At the same time, you were the Deputy Attorney General. After you left office, the companies proceeded to go on international arbitration against the Republic, claiming millions of dollars. We have an example in GPGC, which was the claimant in the Trafigura arbitration case. Mr. Nominee, your law firm's address, Ayeni Feli & Co.,
Honorable John Darko, the nominee told the whole world that he is mindful of the conflict of interest situation. When he was a deputy attorney general, nothing of that nature happened. He's now before us to be vetted for the position of the substantive attorney general. Why do you keep on asking questions relating to his law firm?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's very important. The honorable nominee, which I know very well, is going to be the chief enforcer of our laws. And so, Mr. Chairman, and he's capable, I know him very capable of answering any question posed to him.
It is
So
not
if
the
he is going to-
capability.
Mr. Chairman.
It's not the capability of answering the question, but we need to be guided by the rules. You know, the law firm Ayine and Associates is different from Honorable Dr. Akuditinga Ayine.
Yes. Yes.
So-
But it doesn't mean that he cannot answer. When there is a semblance of conflict of interest, I think that it will be in his own interest to answer that question, to clear the minds of all of us.
Honorable members, do you have any further question?
Mr. Chairman,
I ask the nominee not to answer such a question. I will now give the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I think you have been unfair to me. Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you believe that, for instance, this question.
Did you say I'm being unfair to you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with respect.
Why do you say so?
Because, Mr. Chairman, you are not allowing me to ask the questions I'm supposed to ask.
But I have the right to overrule you.
We represent.
We are
the
guided
people,
by rules.
And the people need
But
to
we are
know.
guided by rules.
The people must hear.
Are
the
you aware
question
we are
and they
guided
must
by
answer.
rules?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but I don't
You
think,
cannot even ask incriminating questions.
I don't think at this point I have violated any rules of this house. Mr. Chairman, I haven't.
Where lies the question of conflict of interest when the nominee has already provided the answer?
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable John Darko, you are out of order. I give the floor to Ahmed Shaibu.
Order, Chairman.
I give the floor to Honorable Ahmed Shaibu.
Chairman, order. Chairman, I want to intervene.
We have Ahmed Shaibu and Mahama Shaibu.
Chairman, colleagues.
So, Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Chairman, before I go into colleagues, please let's resolve matters. Chairman, I am making this point. If you check our rules book, you have the chairman of the committee, and you have the vice chair, and you have the ranking, and you have deputy ranking. In principle, what our standing orders is trying to say is that there is a presumption, a co-chair of this exercise. Otherwise, if you will never, you would always want to have your say, but you don't want others to speak. That is your problem, NDC. That is your problem. Yes, we don't.
Chairman,
okay, if that is what
the
you want to
ranking
do,
member is
you're right, no problem.
completely out of
You will listen
order.
to me, Chairman. You can't say out of. You can say you've said that to my members. If you now want to extend it to me that I'm out of order
Yeah.
and all that, let's
Chairman,
have it.
if the
Can the
standing
vice chair?
orders,
Can the vice chair leave?
if the standing orders has
Can I
any
finish? Can I
where-
finish? Can I finish, my respected vice chair? Can I finish? Chairman, we are here. We are here to work as a team. The rule talks about the chair and vice chair. If this committee is to deal with a sole chair without anybody to work to express a view, it would have limited it to chairman and vice chair and nothing else. In Parliament, whenever there is a chair, there is a ranking. It is not to checkmate, but to work together and to express views of the House. When we try to put issues across, we have some of your senior colleagues who reach out quietly to say, oh, please, you are going too much. We listen to them. We want to work together. But Chairman, with the greatest respect, I have observed consistently the way you go at my members, especially the young ones, the new ones. It's not the right way. I've been quiet watching, and I will just be pinching you, the chairman. Please, you take it easy. Take it easy. But the way it is going, I think it is not too right. To the extent that, as your co-chair, and I want to state this on record, well, don't worry. If you give it a purposive interpretation, it will lead you to that conclusion. Please, let's understand each other. This vetting should have taken place tomorrow, all three of them. We mean well, and I want to state that on record. We mean well as a minority. We cooperated to have days, 21 days or 15 days notice to be waived so that you can form your government as quickly as possible. I am pleading with you, Chairman. Chairman, I am pleading with you. I do not. Can I finish? No, I'm not done. I want to be Honorable Mahama Yerga. I need to be done. I would have to be done. I do not like this situation whereby your side is still behaving as though you are in the minority. You are not in the minority. You are now in government. Please, we mean well. It is the reason why we are here. Stop the approach you are adopting. I am pleading with you. I am humbly pleading with you, Chairman. We plead with you. The approach will not help all of us.
You see, honorable members, I will give the floor to...
Chairman, he did not finish. Please. No. Chairman. Chairman. No, he didn't finish. He had called somebody. Chairman, all my plea is... Chairman, I beg you, allow him. Chairman, please.
You see, honorable members, we don't sit here to gag any member, but we rather give you directions. The fact that we are guiding and giving you directions as an honorable member of parliament, you should take a cue and proceed. If I want to apply the rules strictly, as the former First Deputy Speaker have been doing, what happened today, we may not be experiencing some of those things. According to him, you are asked to ask a question, you ask the question, but we have allowed you to run commentaries, sometimes to read write-ups before asking the question. So I would urge all of you, particularly the new members, to take guidance from the chair. We are here to guide you. We are to guide you. So if you still have one more question, you may proceed to ask the question. Hold on with your question. Let me give the floor to Honorable Kwame Agboja.
Chairman, you see, nothing happening today.
Please, let's have order. Order.
Chairman, what the minority leader said about NDC cooperative is totally untrue. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we've had situation when the president nominated people on Friday, and we came here on Saturday to fetch the people. No advertisement or anything. So what is the minority leader talking about? That they have been more cooperative than us? That is not true. What we are saying is that, yes, indeed, we've had first-timers in the house, indeed, in the chamber. We've seen first-timers from both sides walking across the maze because they were not yet gone through orientation. So when, unfortunately, they haven't gone through full orientation, they come to committee, and instead of asking questions, coming to read statement, it is appropriate we put them right. That should not be a situation anybody could interpret to mean that somebody is being gagged. And let it be known, as a matter of fact, at the appointment committee, we never allow friends or non-members to ask questions. It's because we wanted to carry everybody along. That is so, Chairman, I would encourage you once again, stick to the rules. When you give an opportunity to somebody to ask question, let that person ask the question, and let's move on. This endless rhetoric of trying to quote things and never relate it will not help anybody. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, let's make progress, but let everybody who gets opportunity ask the question and let answer the question. Chairman, I also noticed, anyway, you go on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Naomomo Latte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me. I am very much concerned about what is happening here. And in as much as we don't want it to look like newcomers are being gagged, I think that parliamentary practice and procedures transcends the presence of this parliament. If we want to do it, we have to do it right, because you'll be going out there meeting other parliaments. So in the name of supporting first-timers or newcomers, all of us are still learning. But if we refuse to learn the right way, we will go out there and...
Thank you very much. We've been patient the whole day. Sometimes you get up and put on the microphone. We've been tolerant. We've been tolerant. It doesn't happen anywhere. Somebody is asking a question. Then you said you are on a point of order. How do you take point of order on a question being asked? Well, you said you have one question more. May you proceed to...
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Everything is being done from a good place.
Can you proceed with your question?
Yes, leader, thank you. So, honorable nominee, my question is, have you...
Before us has just gone through election and was elected the 4th time as a member of parliament and sworn in as a member of parliament. So let us be guided by the constitutional imperative in Article 78 and 94.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Nominee, your law firm, that is Ayini, Feli & Co., is on record to have been used as a registered address for a company called GPGC. Now, my question is, did you advise on the agreement between GPGC and the government of Ghana, of which you were the Deputy Attorney General then, and which led to a judgment debt of $134 million against the state?
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, it is important to set the record straight, because this is a House of Record, this is a Committee of Record. I became Deputy Attorney General, I think, in April 2018. When I was nominated, because I did not have the right to practice. My firm, or the firm of lawyers to which I belonged, was being run by Dr. Abdul Basit Bamba. And when because I came from academia, and one of the things that, the subjects that I taught, and I'm sure you took my natural resources law course, I was the head of the natural resources law department that included, petroleum. So she, subject to reporting to her, I was in charge of the petroleum and energy aspects, of any transaction that came to the department. Yes, so I issued a legal opinion on GPGC, all right, which was, because the PPAs are standard, the provisions are standard. You can take any, the provisions are standard. You can take any normal, the variations are not many. So I issued a legal opinion for them. I mean, I signed it for and on behalf of the Attorney General. So technically speaking, it was Honorable Marete Bruce's opinion, not mine. But whatever the case, when the dispute started because of the actions and omissions of your government, I was no longer in office, and I never acted as a private legal practitioner in any of the disputes. Mr. Chairman, that's all I can say for now.
I believe you have exhausted your questions. It is now the turn of
thank you.
Jerry Ahmed Shaibu.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. The name is Shaib, S-H-A-I-B, with all due deference. Dr. Ayine, congratulations.
Thank you.
Doc, in 2021, during the hearing of the election petition, you were cited by the Supreme Court of Ghana for scandalizing the court. The matter was referred to the General Legal Counsel. The matter is still pending. My view and my question is that, are you, with all due deference, not in the position to have the matter resolved before you take up this high office of Attorney General and Minister of Justice? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable member, before you come in, the matter is pending quasi-judicial decision. I believe we have a lot of members of parliament who have been sworn in with the matter pending judicial decision. To what extent does a member's involvement in a pending lawsuit disqualify him from being a member of parliament, let alone a disciplinary proceedings against a member? So, with all due respect, we need to be fair to all manner of people, and we ask very fair questions to the nominees. So, ask another question with all due respect.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I'm not too sure if I can respond to your question before going to the other question.
See, that is why I've indicated that the practice in the House is that you are guided by the chair. You are guided by the speaker. So you take the guidance and proceed accordingly to ask another question.
Very well, Mr. Chair. I take a cue. Dr. Ayine, during the Mills Mahama government, in which you served as the Deputy Attorney General, the state lost a number of international arbitration cases and local ones as well. And to a larger extent, some amounts of monies involved were quite humongous. My question is that, how do we prevent the recurrence of such situations? And the case that comes to mind is the Balkan case. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Nominee, your answer, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there is never a perfect government, and so sometimes public officers act in a manner that incurs liability for the Republic. But as I said, when we were in office, we did very well in trying to prevent such situations. The Balkan situation arose before I took office as Deputy Attorney General. And in fact, by the time I was Deputy Attorney General, the arbitration was at an advanced stage. In fact, I think they were awaiting the award, and the award came down in favor of Balkan. I think it was about $12.5 million or something to that effect. $13 million in favor of Balkan. For us to be able to prevent such situations, state actors, I mean the ministries, departments, and agencies, and the public officers must make sure that they do the right thing. So, for instance, one of the things that I want to emphasize, which we started briefly before we left office, was for us to conduct legal due diligence, of all companies that are seeking to do business with the government, especially where the stakes financially are very high. And so we will attach the legal due diligence report, even if we ourselves cannot do it. We'll get private law firms to conduct the legal due diligence so that we do the right thing by the law. Mr. Chairman, I think we're all in this country when a certain huge transaction came before Parliament, and then when the company was being traced to London, we realized it was a hairdressing salon, CNTC, and it was not President Mills who was in power. It was not His Excellency John Dramani Mahama who was in power. It was His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, a man that I respect very much, whose government was in power. It was a hairdressing salon, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up question?
Last one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Ayene, so my last question is, what are the kinds of agreements that ought to receive parliamentary approval under Article 1815 of the 1992 Constitution?
I'm surprised my former student is asking me this fundamental question. Where there are loans, loans and, international economic or business transactions in which the government of Ghana is party, or to which the government of Ghana is party. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We now take a question from Honorable Samia Uku.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for emphasizing that a question. Congratulations, nominee. Doc, I want to refer you to an interesting case, a case of a company called Eland International. And I want to believe that you are familiar with the company Eland International. And in laying the foundation, just for a minute before my question, Eland International, sometime in our history, had a case and made a claim subsequently to the international arbitration, where, as we speak, since 2005, they only waited to file these arbitration claims of $320 million against the government and the state of Ghana. I'm also reliably informed, and I stand to be corrected, that sometime 2014, 2015, when you happen to be the Deputy Attorney General, you tried to settle this matter somewhere in India and Dubai. That I stand to be corrected on that. But there was somewhere in 2014, 2015, in your capacity as a Deputy Attorney General. Now that they have filed these claims of $320 million, and being a company that you are familiar with in terms of the history of this case,
And what assurances can you give the people of Ghana, and for me, my constituents in Akuapem North, that our incoming principal legal advisor to government will be fair in handling this matter so we do not lose revenue? And I'm asking this because, respectfully, if you will just observe, many of the questions hovers around judgment debt. And I'm not taking a partisan position on this matter. And it's because the state, over several decades, we have lost significant revenue through some of these claims, whether under government A or government B. So it's become an industry for some people, an element that some operate across these political parties. And also, lastly, for the record, it's not just Woyome case, but also under the same Mills Mahama government, you had Isofoton and the rest as well, just as a matter of record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May you proceed to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to put it on record that I have never served as counsel for Elan. Yes, I was involved in two aspects. One was the case, the famous promissory note case that was brought by Standard Bank Offshore Trust against NIB. And then I served as the lawyer for NIB. As the first defendant, Elan was the second defendant, but had a completely separate legal representation. So I've never served as their lawyer, so I'm not conflicted in any way. I also want to put it on record that I am not aware of this arbitration that you have referred to. And Mr. Chairman, I believe we are a committee of parliament, but there are certain rules and practices and conventions of the legal profession that we need to abide by very, very carefully. When a matter is pending before arbitration, you are not even supposed to discuss it. That's what is the position. Even when an award has been granted, especially when it is before bodies like the London Court of International Arbitration, the International, the Permanent Court of Arbitration, etc., you are not supposed, to discuss them. But as Attorney General, I will take all the steps that are necessary, as I said, to protect the interests of the Republic. Because once I'm sworn in, the Republic is my is the only client that I have. And I must act in the best interest of the client in accordance with the ethics of the profession. So I will do everything in my power to ensure that we defend vigorously the interests of the Republic in this arbitration that you are referring to.
Thank you very much for your answer. I will allow you one follow-up question, if any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your generosity this evening. Mr. Chairman, I think it will also be hugely unfair for the Parliament of Ghana to be precluded from discussing a matter because it's also pending before the arbitration, because it has significant bearing on our finances. And as we all know, we are not in normal times as far as revenue is concerned. The matter that I raised was to draw your attention. Once you are not aware that they have filed an arbitration claim of $320 million, I'm only informing you in advance so that, God willing, when you are gifted with that opportunity, it should be one of the issues before you. Because once they have made that claim, it is clear that they are taking steps to extract that from our very dry pocket as well. Thank you.
Is that matter still pending?
Yes. Because in fact, they have filed a claim in November, and that's why I'm informing the incoming Attorney General about it.
Well, be guided of the fact that we cannot be commenting on the matters of judice.
I take you from the Chairman.
Thank you very much. It's done the last question. No, it was not really a question. You are just seeking the indulgence of the nominee. Is that not so?
Exactly.
Then I came in to say that, is that matter pending a judicial decision? we cannot be seen to be commenting on the matter sub judice, and you take a cue from it. Is that not so? So I am most grateful for you taking a cue from it. It's now the turn of Honorable Patrick Yao Buama.
Honorable Adongo, you are here for the finance minister, so you can leave. Why are you questioning the chairman? Thank you very much, Chairman, and the opportunity. Let me use the opportunity to congratulate my lecturer and senior brother and a firm believer of the Mischief School. And I'm sure Professor Kumadu will be very happy to see you in the chair. Congratulations, Doc. Doc, we've been talking about aura, special prosecutor, and what have you. People want to find a very quick way in administering criminal trials in this country. The immediate past Attorney General came to the floor, introduced an amendment to Act 30. It went through first reading, second reading, and consideration stage. But it could not see the light of day because we could not take it through the clause by clause and also the third reading. Would you consider reintroducing the bill to enable your office take the necessary steps in the reforms proposed therein in our criminal justice system? Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. If the honorable member is seeking to know from me whether in terms of the scope and substantive content of that bill, it will be introduced as it was, my answer is no. The reason is because I disagree fundamentally with some of its logic. For instance, the whole idea that preliminary applications are being used to delay and stymie the conclusion of trials, I disagree with fundamentally. I think that lawyers should be allowed, if there are technical issues that judges have overlooked, they should bring applications, as many applications as they can. It is incumbent upon the judiciary to dispose of those in an expeditious manner so that the substantive trial can proceed. To bring statute, to basically try to constrain lawyers, from filing preliminary applications. Some of them are, fundamental in terms of seeking to do right by the law and procedure under Act 29 and Act 30. So I disagree fundamentally with it. I will take a critical look at it. I took part in the consideration, but I had fundamental issues with it. I'll take a look at it and see if it should be ever tabled at all, or that the status quo ante remains.
Thank you very much. Your submission is in tandem with the views of the Constitutional Legal Committee at the material moment. Why should we be in a hurry to convict people? I think anybody accused should be given all the opportunities to defend himself.
Yeah, Chairman, you and Honorable Ayimedu were very key on this bill. Let me go ahead and ask my question. I'm very satisfied with his answer. Honorable nominee, your office, your former office, and I believe, God willing, this House will approve your nomination to be AG. The staff and the resources available meant to fight some arbitration cases. They did not hire any external or foreign counsel to assist their office, and they were successful in most of the cases. I'm sure you're aware of it. The ADR Center has been activated and set up in accordance with law, for which I believe that the forum for some of these arbitration proceedings ought to be Ghana, to save cost and to use the capacity. You are going to occupy the biggest chamber in the country. Are you going to assure the country that you will not expend so much money in the hiring of foreign counsel, and you situate the hiring of foreign counsel and you situate arbitration within the confines of the country, so that lawyers and practitioners and the big staff that you have at the AG's department will have access to the ADR Center and practice their profession? Thank you.
I will otherwise term your question, the bar must prosper. Honorable nominee, you may proceed to answer the question.
Okay. Thank you very much. The use of in-house expertise is not new, but sometimes it may be the case that certain matters are specialized areas. There's no in-house expertise, to handle them. And sometimes they are also complex. And if the jurisdiction is not Ghana, and you're not familiar with the law and practice of the seat of the arbitration, you have to be careful that you take, you have to be careful in not disregarding any advice to bring in lawyers from that jurisdiction in order to be able to conduct the case very well. So yes, I will consider the use of in-house expertise, but it's not exactly true that they use in-house lawyers throughout. The Attorney General kept saying that, but during the transition, we had evidence that they consistently paid foreign lawyers millions of dollars to do cases for this republic.
Honorable Boma, you have a chance to answer.
It's a very important question, and I want to elicit the views of my respected senior on the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Very wide. I ask this question every year, and I want to hear from my senior. You know the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is very wide. From appellate, you know everything. I need not go over it. Do you think the current composition of the Supreme Court ought to be augmented with some new appointments? And what do you think must be the ceiling, given the fact that some people don't even understand the workings of the courts? And do you think they have the capacity, as we sit here now, to adjudicate on all the matters pending before them, from chieftaincy to appellate to whatever? A lot of them, about 7 of the jurisdiction.
Honorable Boma, if you said some people, who are those people?
Not every person understands that the Supreme Court handles a lot of matters, apart from what they perceive to be only political or constitutional matters. Some may be appellate matters. They have jurisdiction over chieftaincy matters originating from the House of Chiefs or the Judicial Councils, judicial review matters, and what have you, invoking the original jurisdiction of the court under Article 130. A lot more, about 7 or so. Election petition. And you have only 11 people handling all these matters. That's why I'm asking him. That's the gravamen of my question.
Very, very well. Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I agree with the Honorable Member that the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is very wide, and he has already enumerated them, so I don't need to repeat them. But you can deal with the issue of the caseload in 2 ways, in 2 broad ways. One, is dealing with them through the adoption of very efficient mechanisms of deciding cases. All right, so I give you an example. In the United States Supreme Court, which has only 9 members, okay, and they have operated with 9 members for over hundreds of years. The United States of America is bigger than this country. Cases come from the district court all the way through the various circuits, okay, and their circuit courts, like, you know, the 9th circuit, the 6th circuit, and so on, are very big. And sometimes, if there's a federal element in a state matter, it can emanate from a state Supreme Court to the United States Supreme Court. And yet they still have only 9. You know how they deal with the cases efficiently? The judges, for every case that is coming, they look at the brief, and if they have already decided the matter, they simply let the registrar write a brief note, and it says set denied. All right? Set denied means that the justices are not interested in looking at this matter. And it's a very well-known procedure. So if you are a practitioner before the United States Supreme Court, you have to be very, very good at distinguishing cases to be able to convince them, you know, to take up, you know, your matter. So if it comes to them and they let their research, what they call them the clerks will review, they'll go to conference, and then they tell the registrar, right, set denied. That is it. You're not going to waste the time of the court by coming to appear before the court and call, for the case to be called and so on. I think that we should adopt very efficient, procedures like that, because sometimes people take very frivolous cases, frivolous appeals to the Supreme Court, for instance. I remember once I was before the court, the lawyer, was not there when a decision was granted against him. So he took this appeal all the way from the High Court to the Court of Appeal and then to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court was empaneled to hear him. It was so frivolous. So they gave it to him by way of speaking. They gave it to him that morning in front of all of us. So we should have procedural mechanisms that will sieve out all the frivolous appeals so that the justices are not burdened. One way is also to increase the numbers. But then the court itself, through the the exercise of the administrative powers of the CJ, should divide itself into specialized divisions. All right? So you can have the Supreme Court Constitutional Division, and you have 5 justices very specialized in constitutional law who will quickly deal with these matters, okay, and so on and so forth. Of course, you have some of them who are experts in criminal law, like my former teacher, Justice Henrietta Mensah-Bonsu. She could lead a panel of justices who will be dealing with criminal appeals. So specialization may make the court more efficient, and then the burden on the court will be reduced. But that would mean, for instance, that instead of 11, we may have 15, so that 5 each, could deal with, because the court is properly constituted with the Chief Justice and 4 other justices, of the court. That is what I would say for now.
Thank you,
Thank you
Dr.
very
Ine,
much.
and congratulations. I wish you the very best.
It's now the turn of Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to congratulate the nominee. It's a very good associate of mine. We've been to several programs together, and I've listened to him, to his lectures, and I must say that I don't even have the locus to be asking any question, but something is very dear to my heart and which I must pursue. I remember in the previous Mills Mahama NDC administration, in which you served as a Deputy Attorney General, the state lost a number of international arbitrations and local cases at huge cost of the state. An example is an arbitration in which about 13.5 million was awarded against the state. My only question is, how are you going to avoid the occurrences of these situations? Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I have previously answered this question, but I think I would indulge and then say maybe as closely as possible to the answer that I gave, which is that, we will do our best in the department to ensure that we negotiate well as far as the agreements are concerned. We do not take steps to abrogate when we know that the state will incur liability. We make sure that public officers, who are involved in in these transactions, do
city as a Attorney General to continue the traditional defense of the state's interest in international arbitrations. What specifically will you do? Yeah.
Thank you. Any answer to the question?
We definitely will be putting our best foot forward by getting lawyers, either local or international, that are to represent the Republic and defend its interests, before these arbitral tribunals.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of the minority.
Professor Yene, congratulations. Your academic credentials and prowess is well known, but I know you as a man of fashion. And I've always admired you for that. And I'm sure that as Attorney General, I don't know whether your fashion will change, but congratulations. But I have one important question for you. Ghana ranks 72 out of 180 countries in the 2023 Corruption Perception Index, indicating persistent challenges with the issue of corruption. What innovative and practical measures will you champion to strengthen the capacity of anti-corruption institutions in the country?
Thank you for your question. Any answer?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Just to let the nominee know that my fashion taste will not change as Attorney General. The Honorable Member, I'm so tired. I'm reversing the cut. Yes. When it comes to the issue of corruption, as a country, we've tried various at the Ministry of Trade. For the lawyers around the table, you remember the case of Kenya versus the Republic. That case, arose out of the Olenu Commission of Inquiry report. So using commissions of inquiry have been, has been one of the things that we've used to fight corruption. Of course, constitutionally, you remember that SRAJ is also another institution that has an anti-corruption mandate. And at the beginning of the Fourth Republic, you remember very, very well the work that its first chairman, Emily Short, did with, high public officials appearing before the SRAJ. Some of it went to the Supreme Court in challenges, and there are decided cases dealing with the procedures that were adopted and so on. We've had, various other bodies that we've used and institutional measures that we've used to fight corruption. So, Mr. Chairman, there is no shortage of institutional measures.
Being called in the Honorable Attorney, eventually, if you
of the 10%, we agreed to pay when MPP took over. There was some hanky-panky, and then the whistleblower had to go to court. So that is an incentive, for whistleblowers to report. So, Mr. Chairman, we need to operationalize and make sure that the anti-corruption institutions, the anti-corruption measures permeate all the way to the local level. That, during the revolution, of course, there were excesses, but during the revolution, the Honorable Cletus Avoka is here. Those days when we were young men in Bolga, they were the revolutionary lawyers. And of course, the reports, they caught many people, civil servants, public servants, engaged in bribery and embezzlement, and they were tried by the tribunals and in some cases by the courts. In some cases, they were sacked. I think that those radical measures need to be reintroduced. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, no further questions. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Minority Leader.
Council, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, I want to take my respected colleague and learned colleague to his CV, page 1. page 1 of your CV has no biodata of you. So can you graciously provide us with your biodata?
Okay, so for the record, my name is Dominic Akuritenga Ayine, and I was born on the 6th of January, 1966. To Mr. Ayine Atenga and Madam Ateni.
What's your address, please? Your residential address?
My residential address is number 3 Kofi Annan Avenue, North Legon, Accra.
Your postal address?
P.O. Box LG 70, Legon, Accra. I still use my address, the address that I was using when I was a lecturer. It's allowed because I'm still associated with the University of Ghana.
Now, have you paid all your taxes to date, or have you made arrangement to meet those obligations to the state?
Mr. Chairman, actually I have a credit of 470 cedis that the Republic owes me. In other words, I've overpaid. On my tax, clearance certificate, which I can present to the committee.
Do you immediately remember how much tax you paid to the state last year, for which you have gained this credit?
No, please.
If given the opportunity, would you be able to furnish this committee with the amount of tax you paid to the state in the year 2024?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I can furnish the committee with all my tax record, including those from my law firm. I'm very, very, very up to date with my taxes. I don't joke with it at all.
Chair, I'm very specific in my dealings with my respected colleague. I'm asking about your 2024. I'm not talking about other matters.
Yes, yes,
2024.
yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Chair, may I know from the nominee whether he ever represented Fidelity Bank as its external solicitor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've represented, and in fact, I'm still representing Fidelity Bank as its external solicitor in a case that I filed in the High Court for damages for defamation.
Are you on retention?
No, I'm not on retention.
Are you also a solicitor for the Electricity Company of Ghana?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever been a solicitor for the Electricity Company of Ghana?
Yes, I have been before. I've represented them, the ECG, in one matter, which was before the High Court, which case has been disposed of. And then also, I was actually hired by an English law firm called Omnia LLP. That was hired by ECG as their lawyers before the London Court of International Arbitration, and I was hired as the Ghanaian law expert, and I appeared before the tribunal on behalf of ECG.
Very well. Was that case in respect of the PDS matter?
Yes, please.
Very well. Leonard, so how was the outcome? What was the outcome of the PDS trial?
Mr. Chairman, let me make it clear. I was lawyer for ECG, that is Electricity Company of Ghana, not PDS. But a dispute was brought by PDS. I want to make it clear. I mean, I know why I'm saying this.
Chairman, so let's help ourselves with respect. So PDS sued the Electricity Company of Ghana.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Right. So ECG then became a respondent in the matter.
That is so, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, so for the records, you were one of the attorneys for ECG.
That is so, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. So, having landed on that point, I shall proceed to ask you what was the outcome of the said arbitration of which you were counsel for ECG, please?
Mr. Chairman, we are expecting the award in May. Everything that I was supposed to do as counsel has been done, except that my fees are outstanding.
You mean part of your fees? You mean part of your fees is
yes,
outstanding?
part of my fees.
Yes. So because you were paid some, and your later invoices are outstanding. That is true.
That is so.
Yes.
Yes, but I'm on the side of the Republic. The Republic is the sole shareholder of PDS, of ECG, and I sided with the Republic. I was invited by PDS to be their lawyers. I declined for ethical and political reasons. I want to put that on record.
Chairman, I would want to plead with the nominee that much as it is his desire to provide additional information, I would plead with him to limit himself to my question, because I do not want to prolong matters. If you bring in other matters, then you would lead me into asking. So I want to make it as short as possible. Is that okay?
That is okay, Mr.
Very
Chairman.
Well. Now, Honorable Nominee, can you tell this committee the period within which you acted as solicitor for ECG?
You mean in respect of the...
Respect of the arbitration, the PDS
the arbitration has been going on for, Mr. Chairman, the arbitration has been going on for the last, I think, 1.5 years. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
We are in 2025.
That is so.
Is it your case that
it started way before 2024?
Yes. So that's the clarification I want you to provide. Were you hired in 2018?
Now, in 2018, maybe, Mr. Chairman, he's confusing two matters. There was another matter, that is ASG versus ECG. That is all, that's the short name of the company is ASG, All Services Group. All Services Group and, ECG, okay? So that arbitration was the first time that Omnia LLP requested my services, and then they hired me. And because I performed, to their satisfaction, in the second, the PDS matter, they came back for me.
So when did the PDS sue ECG?
Mr. Chairman, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I can provide a committee with the accurate information.
I can give you the opportunity with the leave of chair. I know you did a case with your respected junior, whom you've trained so well. I watched him at the Supreme Court with a lot of admiration, and one must compliment him for his great advocacy. He's right behind you, since most times he was holding your brief. Can you, with Mr. Chairman's leave, take the date from him? He's behind you. If Chairman will grant leave.
No, I think the witness is under oath. We cannot allow another person to interfere. So he promised when given the opportunity, he will let you have the date. So we take the witness words.
So, thank you, Chairman. Thank you. So, Leonard, in taking up the case, Electricity Company of Ghana being their counsel. You believed in their case, didn't you?
Very well, Mr. Chairman. I would never take a case. My juniors know that. I won't take a case unless I believe in the merits of the case.
And you believe that your client had done nothing untoward in its decisions leading to the termination of its contract with PDS.
Mr. Chairman,
the witness really provided the answer that he will never take a case unless he believed in the merits
and
of
additionally,
the case.
that we are still expecting the award. So I wouldn't be permitted ethically to start discussing the merits of the case.
Chairman, you and I are practitioners, and you know I will respect those barriers. I'm not going to ask you to narrate to us those details of the case. All I want to ask you is that you believed in the merit of your client's case to the effect that, in your view, your client had not done anything wrong in the handling of its contract.
That is correct. That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Honorable member, by the indication from the nominee, the case is pending award. Is that not so? So
that is so, Mr. Chairman.
So it is a matter under determination, and by law, can we be going into the merit of that particular matter, whether you believe or you don't believe in it, since it is pending a judicial determination?
Chairman, I appreciate your intervention. I would humbly plead with you one more time to allow me to flow. I would not cross the barrier, and I believe that you've heard me loud and clear. Now, honorable nominee, and let me say to you that though we have political differences, I respect you for your stance in a lot of matters of national discourse. And without prejudice to any member of the majority caucus or any member of the NDC, you know that you are the only person who has a picture with me, and that picture is in my office. It's there on a purpose. You know that. So I laid that foundation to ask you this other question that is coming up. You took this case with ECG, well aware of the politics of the country at the time, weren't you?
That is so, Mr. Chairman. I operate within the political, legal context of this country, and I'm always aware of the political dynamics, and I consult widely before I do what I do.
So the point I want to make is that you were aware that where you stood in the political space, you were against the tide in taking up the ECG case.
I didn't think of any tide. I thought about the interests of the state of Ghana.
I agree. And that is why I'm celebrating you for that which you did. That politically, the tide was against the government of the day. But here you were, because of your professional stature. And I was happy you made reference to a third-party legal firm that actually spotted you and pulled you out of the lot to be the representation, the attorney for ECG. So that's what the point I want to make, that politically the tide was against you. Would you agree?
I was not conscious of any tide. I wasn't swimming against any tide. I just took a professional decision to agree to serve as counsel in this matter. And the ECG is owned by the Republic, owned by the state. It's a limited liability company with its own board of directors and so on. I didn't think about the political implications of representing ECG, but I knew that the politics around PDS was not, because I also believed in the fact that there was wrongdoing on the part of PDS, and I wouldn't accept a brief, from a company that I believe was in the wrong in respect of a transaction.
So you are saying that ECG is a limited liability company with its own board. So it's a separate corporate entity from the state, though the state is a sole shareholder.
Yes, Solomon versus Solomon.
No. Yeah. I just want to ask that for emphasis.
Yes.
Therefore, the conduct of its board is completely independent from the state, correct?
That is correct.
So if, as Attorney General, you are to advise the state in a situation where the minister, the sector minister, wants to, through a public statement, dissolve the board, would you find that to be appropriate?
Yes. Yes.
Kindly explain.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, because the appointing authority has changed.
Get my statement in question, my question in context, so that you don't have what I'm saying. The question is,
yes,
since you acknowledged through Solomon versus Solomon, they're saying that the body, the company is an independent, institution separate with its own board. I'm asking whether a sector minister will be right in issuing a statement to dissolve a properly constituted board of that entity which you acknowledge as a corporate body with all its rights engraved in law.
Well, we can haggle with the form that it has taken, but that is notionally equivalent to a resolution of the shareholder dissolving the board.
So let's go a bit into company law, since you are introducing that. So my basic understanding of corporate law is that the shareholders have such rights to take decisions on the appointment of the directors of the firm. And once those directors are appointed, they assume their independence, of course, subject to the articles of incorporation and what the shareholders will so direct. They may have their own vision. Are you saying, therefore, that by virtue of the state being the sole shareholder, without convening an AGM, the sole shareholder, as represented by a sector minister, can sit in an office and issue a public statement to dissolve the board, and that would be sufficient in law? I just want to know from you.
Mr. Chairman, that is why I said we can quibble about the form that this has taken, but a sole shareholder cannot hold a meeting with any other person but itself or himself, right? That's what it is meant by sole shareholder, right? So if I were to advise the minister you're talking about, I would have drawn up the resolution, right, and served it on the members of the board, that by this resolution, dated the Tatum Day of January 2025, the board is hereby dissolved. And that would have been very, very appropriate. Okay, so the form that it took is probably what you are quarreling with. Maybe if it is in the form of a letter, without any reference to the shareholders' rights and so on and so forth. That is the, but I mean, that is what you are quarreling about. But as Attorney General, I'll advise that the right thing be done.
Chairman, I think one of the things for which the nominee has earned the respect of many colleagues is his position on the law. And let me say, I appreciate your very candid view on this. And I pray that you will walk the talk and ensuring sanity as we get along, because this our politics. It is party go, party come. And we need to assure those who take up responsibility in running state institutions. Now, I will proceed to my next observation about you. None of us here can be perfect. There are times that we lose it, and there are times that we get it all well. Have you ever felt frustrated as a lawyer in any matter that you've handled, whether in your private practice or in being a lawyer for the states in your previous life as a Deputy Attorney General? Was there any point that you felt very frustrated in any brief that you handled?
Well, as professional lawyers, we get frustrated and exasperated on a daily basis. Sometimes it may be coming from the clients. Sometimes it may be coming from the courts or tribunals that we appear before, and so on. Yes, so, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what the honorable member is driving at, but if you realize, okay, I don't run public commentaries on cases that are handled. As a matter of, the practice and tradition of my firm, we don't run public commentary unless the matter is political in nature and there's a need for some clarification of the politics inherent in the matter. But as far as my commercial practice is concerned, yes, sometimes I lose cases, but I don't run commentary on them publicly.
Chairman, please, I claim your attention for the specific language I'm using for my question. My question is, have you ever been disappointed in the outcome of a case, meaning a final judgment in a case you did, whereupon you made some public statement? I'm not talking about running commentaries on a case you do. I am asking whether you recall any public outburst in a case that you did.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot recollect. So if I cannot recollect.
Honorable Dominic Ayini, in the Woyome case, where my Lord Ajet Nassem presided, you, the media, reported you to have said. That is the submission of no case, where the judge ruled in favor of Mr. Woyomi. In other words, his application that there was no case to answer was upheld, and your opposition to that application was rejected by the court. The media reported you to have said that the judge had made up his mind even before the case. If that report by the media is correct, on hindsight, do you think that you were right?
Well, Honorable Minority Leader, the witness indicated clearly that he doesn't run commentary. He cannot remember. But you keep on asking about. So the witness will want to answer. Proceed and answer.
Mr. Chairman.
Counsel, hold on a second. Chairman, I've used the word plead with you for the umpteenth time. Chairman, please, stop it. Some of our colleagues are expecting a certain level of conduct from us. I beg of you, let him proceed. Let him proceed, please. Let him proceed.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think context is very important. Context is very important. I do recall that when the ruling on the submission of no case was granted in favor of Mr. Woyomi, I was not directly handling the matter. I was actually supervising the current DPP and a team of lawyers to handle the matter. But then the judge, in his ruling, took a swipe at the Attorney General. That is my boss. He took a swipe at the Attorney General because this was a case between the Republic and Mr. Woyomi. So he took a swipe at the Attorney General. We read the ruling in chambers. We wanted to ignore it, but then lawyers were called who were then running adverse commentary against us in the matter. And so we took a decision in chambers that we needed to respond and to explain. And Mr. Chairman, there's a lot that I know about a judge that you don't know. So don't open a Pandora's box.
Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Chairman. Of course, I recall former U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld come out with this saying that there are known unknowns and there are unknown knowns. I'm sure that is the area you're trying to venture into. However, the unknown knowns which you want to refer to are not a matter that the public became aware of because you did not want to put the unknown knowns out there. That is why you didn't put it out there. I am only interested in the facts that the ones that you decided to put out there. And that is where I seek to ask you a question on. You've explained that it was in context, and I think that's fair enough. I wouldn't belabor. But let's also move to another point. The Supreme Court. There came a time where the Supreme Court made certain pronouncements, which I'm sure you were not too pleased with said pronouncement, and that resulted in some comments by you, and the Supreme Court was not happy, and eventually the gentleman in you, as we all know, you conceded and put matters to a peaceful rest. What have you to say to young practitioners who will be dissatisfied with Superior Court decisions, given your own experience in what happened?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the question. Once I am approved and sworn in, I will be the leader of the bar. And I'll set a very good example. I think even in private practice, you would admit that I am an example. I've never been engaged in any unethical conduct in my practice. So I will lead by example, and that will be from day one. So I wouldn't encourage any young lawyer to, out of frustration, take the judiciary to the cleaners. Because remember that I am not only Attorney General, Principal Legal Advisor to the President, but I'm also the Minister of Justice. I will be the Minister of Justice, meaning that the justice sector will under my ministry. That will be the principal, apart from the Attorney General's department, to be the principal sector in terms of policy and in terms of law that I will be superintending. And so I would want to have, a very good relationship with the judiciary, a good and respectful relationship with the judiciary.
Chairman, we have become aware of an executive instrument dated the 9th of January 2025. And this executive instrument takes its strength from Section 11.3 of PNDC Law 327. It lists a number of ministries. Conspicuously missing is the Ministry of National Security. Now, in the Securities and Intelligence Act, there is a provision for the creation of the Ministry of National Security. Going in as the Attorney General, would you advise the President to amend this EI to reflect this new enactment that Parliament has passed? Because it appears that His Excellency solely relied on the PNDC Law 327 without paying due attention to the Securities and Intelligence Act, which Parliament passed recently.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have, previously had to have, discussions on this matter. But in terms of the hierarchy of laws, of course, the Act supersedes the executive instrument. And once the Act provides for a Ministry of National Security, and the principle of law is that Parliament does not speak in vain. We will, take a second look at it and then advise the President accordingly.
Thank you very much.
Honorable colleague.
And you have a long way to go, Honorable Leader.
Chairman, kindly stop this act.
I'm just asking.
Chairman,
whether you have a
kindly
long way
stop
to go.
this act.
Because you
Chairman,
seems to be taking the whole day.
Chairman, kindly stop this act.
Well, honorable members, I think there should be a ceiling on a number of questions
Of
that
course.
the leadership
Chairman,
is also
indulge me,
supposed
indulge
to ask, so that we don't go to town. We go straight to the point. So, at our meeting, we need to take a decision as to the number of questions that leaders are entitled to ask.
Chairman, indulge me. Chairman, indulge me. Chairman. Chairman. He's not even listening. Chairman. Recognize me, my brother. Recognize me. Recognize me. Chairman.
Chairman.
Listen to you. Huh?
We should allow a free flow of proceedings. Okay? I beg of you. Honorable nominee, in Article 181, 5 of the Constitution, that provision in the Constitution received some judicial pronouncement. The very first one, I believe, the Klomega case, Klomega versus the Ghana Port and Harbors, where the Supreme Court had an opportunity to make some pronouncement. I believe that the court made some consequential orders to the effect that Parliament would have to ensure certainty in that provision of the Constitution by enacting a law to regulate 1815. It's been long overdue. We don't have a law yet. In the Sebe Yabua case, the Supreme Court even distinguished the law further, made a clear path, and said that even in situations where the transactions involve state entities with its own board, it wouldn't be considered as part of 1815. However, they still felt that Parliament has failed in enacting a law to regulate 1815. Now you have the opportunity. Can you assure the country that
He has the opportunity, or is going to have the opportunity? Or if he gets the opportunity?
Yeah.
Chairman, I think this question on Article 181,
your leader is speaking.
I sought leave from the chairman.
And what about?
I sought leave.
In relation to what I am saying, that now you have the opportunity, or now you are going to have the opportunity.
Bringing a very important
Is that
matter to
is
your
it
attention.
on that issue?
I'm bringing a very important matter to your attention. That the Speaker set up a committee on Article 181(5), and that report and bill is ready. That's for your information.
Very much. So, leader,
And Mr. Chairman,
your
if-
wedding, now you have the opportunity. Do you still stand by it?
Mr.
Or
Chairman,
now
just-
that he's going to be given the opportunity?
Yeah, just to add to what the Honorable Patrick Boma has
Honorable nominee, hold on a second. Let me handle the matter with the chairman. Chairman, let me flow, okay?
You have been flowing on and on. On and on.
Let me
But
finish my work.
your statement is as if he has been approved. He's
Chairman.
now the Attorney General. Meanwhile,
Chairman.
we are in the vetting process.
Chairman, I'll go back to the question. Honorable nominee, Now you have an opportunity back to the Attorney General's chambers. Will you assure us that steps will be taken to enact a law to regulate 1815?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add to what the Honorable Patrick Boma has said in answer to your question, Mr. Speaker set up a committee. On the side of the then minority, I was a member with the Honorable Dr. Kaisel Atufosin, and then the Honorable Elizabeth Ofoswajari. And we came up with a bill. I'm a co-author of that bill with the Honorable Joe Gatti. And the bill was supposed to be laid in Parliament before we rose. But because of certain developments that took place, the bill has not been laid. I'm very satisfied being an author of the bill. We took, the Honorable Patrick Boma and I took part. We even had a stakeholder consultation, and the bill is ready. So it was Parliament's bill and was being sponsored by the members of Parliament from both sides. If Mr. Speaker still has that intent, I will allow that process to flow to its logical conclusion. Otherwise, I will adopt it as Attorney General, and with the backing of the Minister of Finance, Dr. Atufosin, we'll bring the bill back to Parliament, and then it will start the process of first reading through to passage. So that is what I can assure the country.
Very well. So, Honorable Nominee, you have become aware of the aura. You've become aware of the aura.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
In your view,
oral was an integral part of our campaign message.
right?
And our campaign, I was a surrogate campaigner for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and he's committed to oral, and I'm committed to it as well.
Right. So, good. In your view, do you see this committee as a constitutionally empowered committee? You think that it has a constitutional backing or any statutory backing to have this committee in place?
Well, if by constitutional backing, there are two ways by which the Constitution would have backed oral. That is, if it was specifically stated in the Constitution, such as the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, which is not the case, or if the Constitution provided the framework, the constitutional framework for the establishment of a body called the Operation Recover All Loot. But I think I stated quite, clearly, and I don't know whether you were in the room when I gave the answer that one of the fundamental principles of the Constitution is the principle of accountability. And oral is about exacting accountability. And I think that my senior colleague and partner, the Honorable Mahama Yarga, added substantive, sense to what I did, with the answer I gave, by making a reference to Article 41F of the Constitution, and the obligation on all citizens, to take steps, to protect public property and to avoid waste of public, funds. So I think that oral is not unconstitutional. Oral is not illegal. Just because it was not set up by an act of Parliament does not necessarily make it an illegal body. So it has constitutional backing in terms of the fundamental values of the Constitution.
Chairman.
Well, before you come in, I recognize Roxanne Dafamokbo on point of information.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, the minority leader in submitting just a minute or two ago in respect of the Act 1030. Act 1030 does not provide for the establishment of national security. It provides for the functions of the minister. That's what it provides. And so there are two markedly different issues.
Thank you very much for the information. Honorable
Chairman,
take note.
I would want to beg my respected colleague to get the law, open the provision that he is relying on, upon which he disagrees with me. He should open the provision, because the Act provides for certain ministries and provide for minister responsible for national security, minister responsible for finance and all. If he's saying that there's no such provision, no, please.
Yes.
Honorable.
So
Chairman,
Honorable Member, I recognize Honorable Ayariga
Chairman,
to read the Act.
Chairman.
I recognize Honorable Ayariga to read the Act.
Chairman.
Honorable Minority Leader, few minutes ago you said that he should read the Act. And Honorable Ayariga quickly wants to read the provision. So why are you not comfortable with the Act being read? Honorable Ayariga, go ahead and read that.
Mr. Chairman, the Act severally makes reference to a minister. And then it goes to the definition section, and then it says minister means the minister responsible for national security. So it could be any minister of the president that he has assigned responsibility for national security. It doesn't command the establishment or continuing existence of a ministry of national security. Even when the provision tries to define a ministry, assuming that a ministry is mentioned, it adds and says that ministry means ministry responsible for national security. It doesn't say Ministry of National Security, but the ministry that is responsible. So the president can assign responsibility for national security to the Interior Ministry, the Defense Ministry, or indeed the Ministry of Upper East. So that is the president's prerogative.
Thank you very much. I think this is a usual rendition in our laws that would define ministry or a minister to mean minister responsible. So if today the minister responsible for roads should be the minister responsible for transport, the designation will be made as such. So I do not think this is an issue that we should belabor. Yes. I mean, it is clear now. So, leader, proceed.
Chairman, with the greatest respect, you are expressing an opinion. Don't say it is clear now. The interpretation column of Act 1030 provides for the definition of minister. I've been part of legislation, at least for the past 12 years. It provides minister means, it didn't say include. Minister means the minister responsible for national security. Then it goes on to say ministry means ministry responsible for national security. In all humility, and at the risk of sounding immodest, the argument that it could be any ministry by the president. To say the least. Anyway. Again, if you go to section 11, Section 11 provides Ministerial Security Coordinating Committee. And it provides, without limiting Section 10, there shall be the Ministerial Security Coordinating Committee, which consists of the A, Minister responsible for national security, Minister responsible for foreign affairs, Minister responsible for defense, Minister responsible for the interior, Minister responsible for finance, Minister responsible for communication, and Attorney General. And it is not a matter of the President assigning Interior Minister to be responsible for national security. It is provided for that we would have a Minister of Interior, a Minister of Defense, a Minister of National Security is there. Mr. Chair.
Honourable members, you see, at a point, the rendition changed to Minister responsible, not Minister of, because of these issues of realignment. So if today, a minister responsible for Greek is supposed to be in charge of the national security, he is the minister responsible for national security. That is the designation. That is the reason for changing the rendition. We could say simplicity that minister for national security, but we are saying minister responsible for national security. We've taken into consideration issues of realignment of this nature. That is why, because other than that, each time there is a change, you must come and amend the substantive law in consonance with the change that you have made. But once you say minister responsible, it is incumbent upon the president to dedicate that to a minister appointed by law. See, all the laws from 2020. I believe this is even a Cavendish drafting, of which I am part.
May I ask, whilst nobody intends to hold the hands of the minority leader, but we cannot also say that the space provided for the minority leader means that, I remember I sat here beside Honorable Ato Forson. Honorable, the former chair would always insist, how many questions do you have? Honorable Ato Forson will have to declare, I have this number of questions. Is it the case that the only way to satisfy the minority leader is to say that as long as he's got questions, he must continue, even if it's tomorrow, to be able to say that that is the only one? Chairman, I would suggest, at this point, Chairman, at this point, then the minority leader had enough time to make his point. So I think you should be beginning to give an indication as to how far this is going to go.
Honorable Chief Whip, I'll be magnanimous to ask him to ask 3 questions. Then we can bring proceedings to an end. So you may ask the first one.
Honorable nominee, if I heard you correct, if I heard you right, it is your case that the establishment of the oral committee is legal.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is.
Now, you are aware. You are honorable chair. If you have been very calm managing, if there is an attempt to disrespect me and to create a problem, Chairman, stop.
Far from that.
Chairman,
you are putting
Chairman,
words into
Chairman,
my mouth.
Chairman,
I am not
Chairman,
in any case
I have been
disrespecting
very quiet
you.
and very
but
calm.
I think
Chairman,
you are trying to
stop
be
it.
very abusive.
Chairman, stop it.
I'm not disrespecting you in any
Chairman,
manner whatsoever.
stop it.
Chairman, please,
I
a
am
point
not
of
in
order.
any manner disrespecting you. We've accorded you all the opportunities in this world. We have accommodated you.
Chairman, excuse me.
So
Chairman,
how do you
can
say I'm disrespecting you?
Can I respectfully go to our standing orders? Order 2 and 7.
Honorable boy, you have the floor.
Chairman, been very patient. But Chairman, we in Parliament are guided by our standing orders. Order 2171 on the appointment committee. The appointment committee comprises the first deputy speaker as chairperson, the minority leader as ranking, and the deputy majority leader as vice chairman, the deputy minority leader as deputy ranking member, and then he lists the following. There's only one chairman. Only one chairman. We don't have co-chair of this committee. And the rules of this house is that we allow the chairman to lead us and direct everybody so that we can have an orderly business. My respected Honorable Afenyo Marcus has chaired committees, and we've always deferred to him that allow all of us to basically do the work. It is as if he is not respecting the chair. And it is completely not right, especially on an appointment committee where the whole public is looking at us. I think that where we are, the right honorable, my colleague, please, let's respect the chair. He will give you all the opportunity. But when the chair makes a determination, you will be the first to support him.
Honorable member, your second question.
Chairman, with respect, I beg you. We've come very far with the nominee, and I think we don't want to end this day having vetted the finance minister designate, the energy minister designate, and our respected colleague in this kind of situation. I beg of you, Chairman, we've come very far. Please, let's give him the space to finish. He has guests from his constituency, chiefs. We don't want him to leave this room disappointed. We've come very far with him. Let's indulge the minority leader to end his question, please. I beg you. I know why I'm saying that. I beg you. I beg you. Let's give Kwame. We've come
So we
very
need
far.
to be guided. Minority leader,
We've come
how many
very
more
far.
questions do you have? I need some answer from him so that we can be guided regarding the number of questions that he has to ask. No, we cannot finish tomorrow. Well, he can say that we'll finish tomorrow. The whole world is watching us.
Yes, Honorable Chair, please. I think we've been on this committee, and we've had a case where Honorable Haruna Idrisu have been vetting and questioning until you're satisfied with it. Yes, even sometimes he starts with a warm-up and he goes, but please, I think where we are at the moment, let's try and indulge him and then finish up with him. I'm sure he's almost at with the end of it.
So we just need an indication from him. How many more questions does he have? Or how many more minutes does he want to be given so that he can finish up his question? Leader, how many more minutes do you want? Or how many more questions?
he will be able to wrap up. He's here. We are all here waiting.
So, Leader, you have the opportunity to wrap up using the words of the Deputy Leader.
No, I said, you just leave him. Allow him
To wrap
go
up.
through the questions that he
No,
wants.
the word I've heard is that he should wrap
Because
up.
what is
So,
happening here
you have
is
the
that
opportunity to wrap up.
on the other side, nobody asked any questions. And he needs to also satisfy himself and make sure that the questions that were not asked are being asked at this point in time. That's how I feel it. Once you didn't ask questions, you can ask questions to that of them.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, you are aware as a legislator that when the former president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in fight against corruption, decided to set up an independent body, he had to come to Parliament to enact that law for the purposes of the office of the Special Prosecutor. You are aware of that?
Yes, I am, and I was, a key actor during the enactment of the OSP because of where I came from.
You were also a key advocate for the law to be enacted to enable the Office of Special Prosecutor the legal powers to proceed with its work, correct?
I don't know what you mean by a key advocate. I took part in the lawmaking process. Go back to the Hansard. My initial position was that it was an unconstitutional body because it was, to me, violative of Article 88 of the. We're taking the constitutional powers of the Attorney General and giving it to another person and seeking to say that the Attorney General that person should be autonomous or independent of the Attorney General. And I said, no, those prosecutorial powers inherently belong to the Attorney General, and no one can take them away and then say that the person should be, ring-fenced in such a way that that person, should not be controlled by the Attorney General. I made very forceful arguments to that effect, and that is how come that there were provisions, the independence provisions were watered down at my behest. And of course, I was just a lone ranger at the time, but I'm no longer a lone ranger. I'll take a look at the law again.
So now, in view of that reasoning, what you hold so firm, and if I may have to repeat, you're saying that the establishment of the Office of the Special Prosecutor took away the prosecutorial powers of the Attorney General. Now we have ORA with investigative powers. Don't you think, in line with the same reasoning, that committee is taking away the investigative powers of IOCO and the police?
I am not aware that.
Honorable nominee, before you come in, you made reference to Article 88, particularly Article 88.3, that gives exclusive jurisdiction or power to the Attorney General to conduct criminal cases. And any other body that is conducting a criminal case is doing so on the authority of the Attorney General. Therefore, I recall that in the passage of the Special Prosecution Act, argument was canvassed to the effect that we cannot give the Special Prosecutor, by an act of Parliament, power to do prosecution. And this was heated to the extent that the Attorney General at that time agreed with our position. They used their numbers 169 against 106 to push the law, and when it gets to the third reading, the Attorney General then declined to come and move the motion for the third reading, leading to the passage of the law. But today, it's being stated that that was from the nominee to the effect that special prosecutors will have power to prosecute. The Constitution is very clear on power to prosecute.
Honorable nominee, my question to you is this. Here is a committee without any legal backing, of which you say and insist that it is legal. I'm asking you, this committee is out there saying it is investigating supposed looting. Now, we have state institutions with the mandate to investigate allegations of corruption, conflict of interest, and certain actions of public officials. Shraj is a typical example. We've had situations where members of the public have gone to Shraj on certain matters. We have the police. The police has various units that does investigations. We have IOCO. We established IOCO, Act 804. If you look at their mandate, they have all the powers. Are you saying that this committee does not conflict the work of these statutorily established state agencies?
Mr. Chairman, no.
Your answer.
No, no, it doesn't. And I'm not aware that Oral has been, conferred with investigative powers. They are gathering information for purposes of determining, whether or not some wrongdoing has taken place by a higher body. I remember them saying that once the Attorney General takes office, they will hand over the information. It's like a whistleblower, coming to the Attorney General with information. There's nothing legally wrong with that. So I still stand by that.
Thank you very much. I don't know why Oral is posing so much threat to some Ghanaians.
Honorable nominee, if I understood you correctly, is it your suggestion that upon taking office, Oral shall cease to be in operations? I just want clarity.
Honorable Leader, the nominee never said so. So I do not know the clarity that you are seeking from something that the nominee has never said.
Okay, no problem. Honorable nominee, since Chair says you never said so, let me now ask you.
And I did not say so.
That's okay, no problem. Honorable nominee, are you saying that because you believe that Oral has a legal backing, your office is going to continuously depend on ORA for the purposes of providing you with information for your prosecution?
Honorable Minority Leader, the nominee never said so. So you may ask another question.
Chairman, please, for the third time. Honorable nominee, as Attorney General and Minister of Justice, you will primarily rely on state agencies such as police, IOCO, and FIC for the purposes of building your case for prosecution, correct?
Well, the qualification primarily doesn't sit down well with me. Some of the institutions we've mentioned have statutory power to conduct investigations that are restricted. So, for instance, if you take, IOCO, economic and organized crime, period, they can investigate anything related to, say, murder or treason and names. All right, so their mandate, their investigative mandate is restricted to economic and organized crime. So they are creatures of statute.
ORA is to gather information for the Attorney General. So, I want to ask you, as Attorney General and Minister of Justice, will you continue to depend on ORA of your service to the states as Attorney General? I want to know from you.
Mr. Chairman, I think I have made it abundantly clear that I will depend on any reliable source of information. Things, Mr. Chairman, one of the new things that I will be bringing to that department is setting up an in-house investigative unit.
Thank you very much. I recognize a supplementary question from the Chief Whip, Honorable Kwame Governor Sagboja.
Honorable Dr. Ayeni, will you say, or will you agree with me, that oral is in line with Article 41F, which says, the preamble says, the exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen, in fact, not even oral alone. F, to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property. In this case, I cite an example of what ORA put out, that an individual of this country was trying to take over land that doesn't belong to him. The individual came out through his lawyer to say it is not true. Yet ORA put out details from lands registry showing that that individual was almost illegally or taking over land that doesn't belong to him or at a price that is not fit to be sold at that price. In your case, do you think ORA has done this country good for that exercise, which is not illegal? Nobody was beaten, nothing was done to anybody, just that that piece of land has been saved for this country. Will you say that ORA has done well as far as you are concerned?
Nominee, please answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, the honorable member has described aptly how citizens comply with Article 41F of the Constitution. Thank you.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. Good intervention by my respected colleague, Kwame Agboja. A good constitutional exercise we are doing now. So, on the Article 41 that he has introduced, the 41F, Chairman, I would want to know from the nominee that upon reading of Article 41F, which was relied on by my respected colleague, would you say that the exercise of said duties is not done in accordance with law? Because he created the impression that it means that any citizen can get up in the name of protecting public property, go to an institution and start warning public servants, locking up offices. As we are experiencing, people are being chased out of their homes, people are being beaten, and he is on public television quoting the law and saying that Article 41F, and I'm reading it, he said to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste. Now, we are hearing and seeing on our TVs what is happening at public institutions where civil servants are being locked up, people are being chased in their homes. Is the interpretation given to the 41F or side duties provided for in this particular provision is supposed to be exercised within the confines of the law?
Honorable nominee, to expunge that aspect of the question so that you can go ahead and tell us your understanding about Article 41F of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
Chairman, with respect, nominee, Chairman, with respect, this particular question, I did not refer to ORA. Please, I did not refer to ORA. I did not anchor it on ORA. If I can repeat it, I did not.
Well, if your reference is not to oral, then we do not have evidence before us that such a thing has happened. And that is the more reason why that should be expunged from our record so that the nominee will go ahead and then give us his knowledge about Article 41F of the Republic of Ghana, with due respect to my learned friend.
Okay, so then let me, just because for the purpose of clarity, let me now rephrase the question so that the nominee will not be in any form of confusion.
So that question is expunged.
That's okay.
You may go ahead and answer another
that's okay.
question.
That's okay. Honorable nominee, have you become aware of post-election violence? Chairman, can I proceed with my question? At TDC, locking up the office of these actions, threatening public servants and civil servants, locking their offices. Should you become aware as Attorney General, what by way of advice to the government?
To be honest with you, I would not want to comment on this to proffer an opinion.
Thank you very much. But let me remind the entire nation that 2017, such a thing was complained about, and then chairman was heard saying that if people are protecting public property, what is wrong with it? MPP chairman, Freddie Blay, is on record. See? I can produce the record for you.
Chairman,
recently it was circulating.
Chairman, a moment ago, when I was asking a question, you asked me, since there's no evidence before us, you directed that question should even be expunged. That was the position you took. I have asked a straight question You are now introducing Freddie Blay, who is not here to defend himself and to say this and that. Chairman, in all humility, I believe that since you are calling on the Ghanaian public to watch proceedings, consistently since morning, there are members of the public behind each of the nominees who have gained notoriety for shouting and heckling as if they are part of the proceedings. You have had the cause to ask them to stop. They continue to do that. You see, let's be fair, because if yesterday, are we saying that we should continue to endorse it? I beg of you, we are a nation making progress in our governance at all levels. I would want to plead with you that withdraw or retract the
says that foot soldiers were brought here to misbehave, and also they have gained notoriety for doing something that they've been warned not to do. Choice to add foot soldiers are not to be seen in Parliament. If that is what it means, I wouldn't mind my foot soldiers to be here because they are the ones who brought me here. So it's up to you.
Thank you very much. Once again, as a chairman of the committee, I will apologize to our dear guests for any comment in any manner whatsoever. So I sincerely apologize. Honorable Minority Leader.
Thank you, Chairman.
Are you done?
Yeah. Chairman, I have my last set of questions for my respected colleague, Ghana. Lenin, Professor Richard Frimpong Opon, to Justice Sophia Rosetta Oduokua Benasco Issa. I know that whatever was pending before the 8th Parliament is not binding on the 9th Parliament. In any event, there is even a new president. Now, what is your own view regarding these two citizens of the land? The ordeal they've gone through, and the fact that Parliament could not elevate them. Given the opportunity as an Attorney General to make an input in any nomination, any future nomination to the Supreme Court, would you consider making your views known on these two nominees to the appointing authority?
Honorable Minority Leader, you rightly stated the position that nomination during the tenure of office of the 8th Parliament lapsed by the 8th Parliament. And in the 9th Parliament, we have another executive president in whom the power to appoint is vested. The nominee before us doesn't have the power to appoint. And there is no law that states that he should make an input into the appointment of the Supreme Court judges. So I believe strongly, with all due respect to you, this is not a fair question to the nominee.
Chairman, please kindly allow the context of the question to proceed, I ask the nominee, in view of what happened, these are citizens of our country who were nominated, who went through the rigorous vetting of this committee. Now, there is a new government. There's a new parliament. I want to know from you, what would be your advice to Mr. President, if you have the opportunity, on these two individuals in any future nominations by His Excellency the President?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader. You know the nominee is designated for the position of Attorney General and Minister of Justice. He is supposed to advise the President on all civil and criminal matters. Legal matters, for that matter, must be by the advice of the Attorney General. But it is different from issues relating to appointment. And here we are asking the nominee his view, his opinion on some judges that
at the then Faculty of Law, University of Ghana. And I know him very well, just like the same way I know Roxinda Fiamapo as my former student.
How do you know his practice of the law?
Mr. Chairman, I have no details of his practice of the law.
very well, the question has been answered.
Should you be given an opportunity to recommend him for nomination to the Supreme Court of Ghana, will you willingly proceed to do that, knowing his record, his academic record, and his exploit in his chosen career?
Let's cross the bridge when we
Do
get
you
there.
know his academic record?
Yes, I do, because I taught him, I graded his papers. You know, he was a first-class student. Actually, the two first-class students were himself and then the current OSP. So I know him very well. But I'm not ready to opine on whether or not I recommend him to President Mahama for appointment. That the prerogative of appointment is that of the President, not mine, as Attorney General.
Thank you.
So that is true. And you are not the one to do nominations. But my question is, in view of the fact that you know his academic records and you know his professional career, if you are given an opportunity to recommend him for nomination to the Supreme Court, would you be able to make that recommendation?
Thank you very much. The nominee has provided an answer that appointment is an exclusive preserve of the President, not his. I wonder if you have the opportunity, or he has the opportunity in law to be recommended.
Okay. Chairman, with respect, Chairman, with respect, if you pay attention to me, we will be done.
You're just suggesting that I wasn't paying attention to you?
Chairman, can I ask?
Are you suggesting I'm not paying attention to you?
Chairman, can I ask this question so that we can do what we're supposed to do?
Chairman, is disrespecting you.
Chairman, can I ask the question?
Chairman, I'm not being disrespectful. I think the whole world knows we have done enough by giving opportunity to the minority leader. Chairman, I will request you close the meeting now. We have done enough. No one in this country will say that we haven't given enough opportunity to the minority leader. Enough is enough. Enough is enough, the chairman. Nobody will say he's not been given opportunity. It's enough.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, my question is not about the nominee appointing a Supreme Court judge. My question is not about the nominee appointing. I asked the question that the honorable nominee, in view of the fact that you've said on record that you know the academic pursuits of the Professor Opon, and you know his professional exploits.
Mr. Chairman, I never said I knew his professional exploits. I said I taught him, I know his academic record. And on the record, it is not only academic qualifications that presidents take into account in appointing, judges. So, and I'm not the appointing authority. I'm not going to sit here and opine as to whether or not, if I were, hypothetically, the appointing authority, Supreme Court. And when you asked me the question, I said, if the president asked me, his opinion, let's cross the bridge when we get there. Because there will be a number of variables that the president would have taken into account in requesting my opinion. So I don't think that it is fair to me to want me to be answering hypothetical questions about future appointments.
Okay, my final question to you.
All members, let's allow. Let's take him by his words. Final question.
Honorable nominee, you are now going to practice before our court as the first gentleman of the bar. Do you have confidence in the justice delivery infrastructure of our country?
Mr. Chairman, I do have confidence, but there's room for improvement. It is not perfect.
Thank you.
The nominee for taking time to answer all necessary questions. I wish you well and pray that you are able to discharge your duties as Attorney General and Minister of Justice for the good of our country. And again, I pray that the opportunity given you to serve as Attorney General will be another opportunity for you, with all your years of experience in academia, in parliament, and in private practice, to enrich rule of law. Thank you very much indeed, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader and members. Honourable members, before discharging the nominee, let me bring it to the floor that the actual communication to Parliament, signed by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to the Speaker of Parliament, has come to our notice. So all along, we were relying on a document that has been corrected, and the correct version has been brought to our notice, and the minority leader has perused same, and I believe he's satisfied with the content. You know, he indicated that he wants the right thing to be done. At the time that we have no knowledge that it has already been done. I believe he's seen a copy of it, that we have now seen the correct document. Honorable members, may I use the opportunity to congratulate the nominee and thank him sincerely for attending upon the committee, and to say that you hear from the committee. You are accordingly discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable members, only the members should stay. Members of the committee, not friends, should stay.